Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. The icy wind blew across the snowy plains of Midgard, carrying with it the ancient whispers of the stories the elders told about the magnificent bridge that connected the world of men to the golden realm of the gods. Astrid, a young warrior with hair as red as fire and eyes as green as the aurora borealis, watched the horizon where the crystalline glow of the Bifrost cut through the sky. Ever since she was a little girl, Astrid grew up listening to stories about Heimdall, the divine guardian who stood vigilant at his golden post, his eyes able to see every leaf that moved in the 9 worlds, and his ears so sharp that they could hear the wool growing on the sheep. Stories had always fascinated her, but never as much as at that moment when her small village was facing a threat that seemed beyond mortal comprehension. Mysterious shadows had begun to materialize at the edge of the nearby forest, creatures that didn't belong in Midgard, and that brought with them a cold unlike normal winter, a cold that froze the very soul. The elders whispered that they were harbingers of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, but Astrid refused to accept that the end was near without at least trying to do something about it. It was during one particularly dark night that she met Eric, a mysterious traveler who arrived in the village carrying with him an unusual knowledge of the ancient runes and the secret paths between the worlds. His golden eyes seemed to hold ancient secrets, and his presence caused a mixture of fascination and distrust among the locals. The ancient barriers between the worlds are crumbling, Eric explained during a meeting in the communal hall, his deep voice echoing off the wooden walls as the fire crackled in the central fireplace. What you've been seeing are just the first signs of something much bigger approaching. Astrid realized that Eric was no simple traveler when she saw him trace runes in the air that glowed momentarily before dissolving like mist. There was something divine about his presence, something she couldn't explain, but which resonated with the stories her grandmother used to tell about the Aesir, the gods who inhabited Asgard. The shadows began to grow bolder, venturing closer and closer to the houses at night. Children disappeared, cattle were found frozen in the fields, and a blanket of fear began to cover the village like an icy shroud. That's when Eric revealed his true purpose there. There is a way to stop this, he told Astrid privately, as they both watched the aurora borealis dance across the night sky, its colors reflecting similarly to those of Bifrost. But it will require a journey to Asgard, and I can't do it alone. The revelation that Eric was actually an emissary of Odin, sent to find a mortal worthy of crossing the Bifrost, struck Astrid like a bolt from the blue. The ancient prophecy spoke of a time when the worlds would need to unite to avoid their premature destruction before the appointed time for Ragnarok. Why me? Asked Astrid, her heart pounding at the prospect of walking across the rainbow bridge of seeing the golden realm of the gods with her own eyes. Because you still believe, replied Eric simply. When everyone else lost faith, you kept the flame of the old stories alive in your heart. What's more, you carry in your veins the blood of the ancient seers, those who could see through the veils between the worlds. The revelation about her own lineage surprised Astrid, but it explained the strange dreams she had always had, the occasional visions that had haunted her since childhood. Her grandmother, before leaving for Odin's Hall, had told her that one day she would understand her true purpose. While Eric explained the dangers of the journey that awaited them, Astrid watched the horizon where the Bifrost occasionally flickered. Crossing the bridge would not simply be a matter of walking over it. The structure itself was alive in its own way, responding only to those who were worthy and burning anyone else who dared to attempt the crossing without permission. Heimdall is watching us right now, said Eric, his golden eyes reflecting the northern lights. He knows we've come and why we're here, but even with his approval, the journey will not be easy. There are ancient forces that do not wish mortals to reach Asgard, even if it is to prevent a catastrophe. The shadows in the forest seemed to grow thicker with these words, as if responding to the mention of their existence. Astrid felt the weight of responsibility fall on her shoulders. It wasn't just her village that was in danger, but the entire fabric that held the 9 worlds in balance. When do we leave? She asked, her determination growing with each passing moment. At dawn, Eric replied, when the first rays of sunlight touch the Bifrost, turning it into a path of liquid fire across the heavens. It will be our best chance of making the crossing without being noticed by those who want to stop us. That night, while the village slept, Astrid prepared for the journey that would change not only her life, but potentially the fate of all 9 worlds. In her room, she packed only the essentials, some provisions, a small dagger she had inherited from her grandmother, and an amulet with ancient runes that she had always carried with her. The weight of what was to come kept her awake, her thoughts turning to all the stories she had heard about Asgard, about the gods and their eternal battles against the forces of chaos. Now, she would be part of those stories, for better or worse. Before the first ray of sunlight touched the horizon, Astrid was already on her feet, adjusting the small leather bag on her back. Eric was waiting for her at the edge of the village, his tall, imposing silhouette outlined against the still starry sky. The air was colder than usual, and a thick mist covered the ground like a ghostly carpet. The shadows are restless, Eric murmured, his golden eyes scanning the darkness of the forest. They know what we intend to do. Astrid followed his gaze and noticed subtle movements among the trees, as if the darkness itself were alive and aware. They began their journey in silence, following an ancient path that few still knew. Eric explained that it was one of the ancient routes used by pilgrims who, in ancient times, sought the blessing of the gods. As they advanced, Astrid noticed that the stones along the path were marked with runes worn away by time. Each rune is a prayer, explained Eric, touching one of the markings with reverence, and also a warning. Not everyone who has attempted this journey has survived to tell the tale. His words made Astrid shudder, but they didn't diminish her determination. The The sun was just beginning to rise when they reached a circular clearing, perfectly formed, as if it had been designed by divine hands. In the center, a circle of ancient stones formed an intricate pattern that Astrid recognized from her grandmother's stories. It was an anchor point, a place where the Bifrost occasionally touched Midgard. Eric began to trace runes in the air, this time with more complexity than Astrid had ever seen before. Each symbol glowed with its own light before connecting to the others, forming a web of golden energy that hung over their heads. The air began to vibrate with an ancient and powerful energy. When the Bifrost descends, Eric instructed, his voice taking on a more formal tone. You will only have a few moments to cross. The bridge will recognize your ancient blood, but it will still be dangerous. Don't look down. Don't stop walking. And above all, don't doubt. The first ray of sun broke through the horizon, and with it came a spectacle that Astrid would never forget. The Bifrost descended from the sky like a cascade of colors, its sparkling crystals reflecting every color imaginable, and some she didn't even know existed. The impact of the bridge touching the stone circle made the ground tremble beneath their feet. But they weren't alone. The shadows of the forest condensed, taking on more defined shapes, ancient, malevolent creatures that moved like black smoke towards them. Eric drew a sword that glowed with a light of its own, positioning himself between Astrid and the creatures. Run, he shouted, his voice thundering with divine power. I'll keep them busy. You need to get to Asgard. Astrid hesitated only for a moment before starting her run towards the bridge. Her feet touched the crystals of the Bifrost, and she immediately felt the ancient power flowing through her. It was like walking on solidified light, each step sending ripples of energy through the structure. The wind howled around her, carrying echoes of ancient voices and fragments of long-forgotten stories. Through the storm of colors and sounds, she could hear the sounds of battle below. Eric facing the dark creatures with his gleaming sword. As she climbed, Midgard fell behind, and Astrid found herself crossing the stars themselves. The cold of the space between the worlds was unlike anything she had ever experienced. But the ancient blood in her veins protected her, keeping her warm and aware. Suddenly, one of the dark creatures managed to escape from Eric and started climbing up the Bifrost after her. Astrid could feel its evil presence approaching, the unnatural cold emanating from the creature, threatening to freeze her footsteps. She remembered Eric's words. Don't stop, don't doubt. Instinctively, she touched the amulet around her neck, and the ancient runes engraved on it began to glow. A wave of heat spread through her body, and she heard a cry of pain behind her. The Bifrost crystals had responded to her presence, burning the creature from the shadows that had dared to pursue her. In front of her, through the veil of rainbow colors, Astrid began to glimpse something that made her heart stop for a moment. The golden gates of Asgard, shining with a light that was not of this world. And there, an imposing figure awaited her arrival. Heimdall, the guardian, his golden armor reflecting the colors of the Bifrost. The air became thinner, and each step required more effort. Astrid could feel the weight of the distance between the worlds, reality itself distorting around her, but she pressed on, driven by the urgency of her mission and the knowledge that Eric was still fighting below to ensure her passage. The voices on the wind became clearer. They were the whispers of the gods, watching her journey, judging her courage and determination. Astrid kept her eyes fixed on the goal, even as tempting visions and unimaginable terrors danced in the periphery of her vision, trying to distract her from the path. Finally, with one last effort, Astrid reached the golden platform where Heimdall was waiting. The guardian of the worlds was even more impressive than the stories described. Tall as a mountain, his golden skin reflected the light of Asgard's suns, and his eyes contained the knowledge of ages. "Welcome, daughter of Midgard." His voice rang out like distant thunder. "We have long awaited your arrival." Heimdall turned his omniscient gaze to the Bifrost, where Eric could still be seen fighting against the shadows. With a flick of his golden sword, a wave of light descended across the bridge, scattering the creatures of darkness. Eric emerged moments later, his form changing subtly as he ascended, his mortal disguise shedding to reveal Tyr, the god of justice and war. Astrid felt her heart skip a beat as she realized that she had been traveling all this time in the company of a deity. "The shadows are becoming bolder," observed Tyr, joining them on the platform. "They've never tried to follow someone through Bifrost before." His golden gaze met Astrid's. "You proved your worth on the crossing, young seer." Heimdall gestured, and a portal opened before them, revealing a path that led to the heart of Asgard. Astrid could barely take in the magnificence of what she saw. Palaces of gold and crystal floated among amber clouds, connected by bridges of light. Trees with silver leaves swayed in a wind that carried ancient melodies, and in the sky, unknown constellations danced in hypnotic patterns. "The father of all awaits in Valhalla," announced Heimdall. "He wishes to hear personally about the shadows that threaten Midgard." Astrid felt the weight of responsibility grow on her shoulders. She was about to meet Odin, the most powerful of the gods. As they walked through the streets of Asgard, Einherjar warriors bowed their heads in respect to Tyr and looked curiously at the mortal woman who accompanied them. Valkyries flew overhead on their winged horses, their silver armor glittering in the eternally golden light of the divine realm. "The shadows that have plagued your village," Tyr explained as they advanced, "are fragments of something much older and more dangerous, something that should remain dormant until the real Ragnarok." His expression turned grim. "Someone is trying to awaken forces that should remain sealed." Astrid absorbed every detail around her, from the runes that pulsed on the walls of the buildings to the ravens of Odin that occasionally crossed the sky. "Why now?" she asked. "Why choose our village?" "Your village holds ancient secrets," replied Tyr. "Its very existence is no coincidence. The seers of your lineage were appointed as guardians long ago. Even if they have forgotten their purpose, they approached Valhalla, a palace so vast that it seemed to touch the stars themselves. Its doors, made of interlaced golden shields, opened silently at their approach. Inside, the hall seemed to stretch on endlessly, with thousands of tables where fallen warriors feasted eternally. The path took them to Odin's throne, where the father of all was waiting. His one eye shone with ancient wisdom, and two ravens, Hugin and Munin, perched on his shoulders. At his side was Frigg, his wife, whose gentle gaze somewhat reassured Astrid's nervousness. The daughter of the seers returns to Asgard. Odin's voice filled the hall. After so many generations, the ancient blood awakens again. He stood up, his cloak of stars floating around him. But time is cruel to us. The shadows you saw are only the beginning. Frigg approached Astrid, gently touching her face. Your grandmother served the gods well, child. She knew this day would come and prepared for it in the only way she could, by keeping the old stories alive. What's really going on? Astrid found the courage to ask. Why are the barriers between the worlds weakening? Odin made a gesture, and the air between them turned into a web of images. The 9 worlds connected by Yggdrasil, the world tree. Something is eating away at the roots of reality itself, he explained. An ancient curse, sealed millennia ago, is being awakened before its time. Loki, whispered Tyr, and the name seemed to make the flames of the torches tremble. Yes, confirmed Odin. Even in his chains, he has found a way to spread his chaos. His agents work in the shadows, weakening the seals that maintain the order of the worlds. Frigg took Astrid's hands between his. That's why you were brought here. The blood of the seers carries an ancient magic, capable of strengthening the barriers between worlds. But to fully awaken this power, you will need to undertake a dangerous journey, a journey into the nether realms. Odin added, his eyes shining brightly, to find the source of the corruption and seal it away again before it's too late. Astrid felt the weight of fate on her shoulders, but also a growing determination. Her grandmother's stories, the visions she'd always had, her natural instinct to protect. It all made sense now. She was part of something bigger, a crucial piece in a battle that spanned the ages. What do I need to do? She asked, her voice steady, despite the fear she felt. Odin rose from his throne and walked over to an ancient tapestry that covered one of Valhalla's walls. With a gesture, the woven images came to life, revealing a deep cavern in the far reaches of Niflheim, the realm of darkness and eternal mist. The source of corruption is there, he explained, where the deepest roots of Yggdrasil touch the primordial void. Loki has found a way to poison these roots through his agents, but only someone with the blood of the seers can reach this place without succumbing to the madness that permeates those depths. Frigg led Astrid to a side altar where 3 objects rested: a dagger with runes engraved on its blade, a vial containing a liquid that glowed like liquid stars, and a necklace with a crystal that seemed to contain an aurora borealis inside. These are sacred tools, said the goddess, forged at the dawn of time for moments like this. The dagger can cut through the veils between worlds. The elixir will keep your essence intact in the depths. And the necklace. She paused meaningfully. The necklace contains a spark of Bifrost itself, capable of illuminating even the deepest darkness. Tyr approached, his presence emanating strength and determination. I will accompany you to the gates of Niflheim, but beyond that point, you must go alone. The ancient laws are clear. Only the blood of seers can directly interfere with the roots of the world tree. As Astrid absorbed all this information, a sudden tremor shook the hall. Through the windows of Valhalla, she saw strange ripples running through the fabric of reality, as if the very air was shattering. Time is running out, Odin declared gravely. The shadows are growing stronger. If the roots of Yggdrasil are completely corrupted, the 9 worlds will begin to disintegrate. Heimdall, who had remained silent until then, spoke. The barriers between the worlds are thinner than they have ever been. I can see the shadows moving even in the most sacred corners of Asgard. Astrid took the 3 sacred objects, feeling the ancient power that emanated from them. The necklace, when it touched her skin, emitted a soft glow that seemed to resonate with something in her own blood. The dagger had a comforting weight in his hand, and the flask emanated a gentle warmth. How will I know what to do when I get there? She asked, the reality of her mission beginning to weigh on her shoulders. Your blood will know, Frigg replied softly. Seers have always carried the necessary knowledge in their own souls. When the time comes, you will understand. Odin made a gesture, and part of the hall transformed, revealing a dark portal that seemed to suck in the very light around it. This is the way to Niflheim, he explained. Through it, you and Tyr will be able to travel quickly to the limits of that dark realm. Before they could leave, Frigg took Astrid's hands once more. There is something else you should know, said the goddess, her voice laden with concern. In the depths of Niflheim, you will find more than shadows and corruption. You will find truths about your own lineage, about the true purpose of the seers. Be prepared to face these revelations. Astrid nodded, sensing that there was much more to the goddess's words than she was revealing. Tyr placed a hand on her shoulder, signaling that it was time to leave. One last thing, said Odin, his eye shining brightly. In the depths, you will hear voices. You will see tempting or terrifying visions. Remember, not everything your eyes see or your ears hear is real. Trust your blood, the ancestral knowledge that runs through your veins. With these words of warning echoing in her mind, Astrid followed Tyr towards the portal. Darkness immediately enveloped them, and she felt as if she were falling through an endless abyss. The necklace around her neck glowed brighter, creating a protective bubble of light around her. The journey through the portal was like sailing through an ocean of shadows. Occasionally, Astrid glimpsed fragments of other worlds through cracks in reality. The fiery forges of Muspelheim, the icy halls of Jotunheim, the mysterious depths of Svartalfheim. Each vision lasted only an instant before being swallowed up again by darkness. Tyr stayed close, his divine presence serving as an anchor in the storm of chaos that surrounded them. Keep your focus, he instructed. Niflheim will try to confuse your senses from the moment we arrive. It's a realm of illusions and eternal mist. As they advanced, Astrid began to feel a change in the air around them. The cold became more intense, more penetrating, and the darkness began to give way to a thick, gray mist. They were approaching their destination. The portal opened onto a desolate plain covered in a perpetual mist that snaked around them as if it had a life of its own. The ground beneath their feet was a mixture of ice and black rock, and the air carried indistinct whispers that seemed to come from every direction. Here we part, said Tyr, his imposing figure contrasting with the bleak landscape. Follow the call of your blood. It will guide you to the corrupted roots. His golden eyes met Astrid's one last time before he disappeared into the mist. Alone in Niflheim, Astrid felt the full weight of her mission. The necklace around her neck pulsed gently, its light creating a faint path through the darkness. She began to walk, using the sacred dagger to cut through the webs of mist that tried to surround her. Odin's words echoed in her mind as she advanced. Not everything she would see or hear would be real. This warning proved vital when the first illusions began to manifest. He saw his village in flames, heard the cries of its inhabitants, but the pulse of ancient blood in his veins showed him the truth behind the visions. The terrain began to descend, taking her deeper and deeper into the realm of shadows. The walls of the cave that appeared in front of her were covered in ancient runes that glowed faintly, as if responding to her presence. Some she recognized from her grandmother's stories, others seemed older than language itself. As she descended, the roots of Yggdrasil began to appear, running through the rocky walls like gigantic veins. But something was wrong. Dark spots spread across them like a disease, and a black, viscous liquid dripped from their wounds. It was then that the voices began, no longer indistinct whispers, but clear words that promised power, knowledge, the ability to change the fate of the 9 worlds. Astrid recognized this as another attempt to confuse her and reached for the vial of star elixir, taking a small sip that instantly cleared her mind. In the heart of the cave, she found what she was looking for, a nexus where several of Yggdrasil's main roots met. At the center of this confluence, a shadowy figure worked, his hands emanating an evil energy that seeped into the roots. It was one of Loki's agents, a creature who had once been a dark elf before giving himself over to corruption. "I was expecting you, daughter of the seers," the creature spoke, its voice a mixture of several different voices. "Have you come to try and stop the inevitable?" Astrid held up the sacred dagger, its glow intensifying in the presence of the darkness. "It's not inevitable," she replied. "Ragnarok has its own time, and it's not now." The creature laughed, a sound that made the very roots tremble. "Your lineage was always so presumptuous, thinking they could maintain the natural order of things. But do you know why you were really chosen? Why did the gods entrust this power to mortals?" Before Astrid could react, visions flooded her mind. She saw the first seers, saw how they were created not just to protect, but to serve as living anchors, keeping reality stable through their own suffering. He saw his grandmother carrying the weight of this knowledge in silence until the end. "They made you slaves," the creature continued, living chains to maintain their precious order. But something in the visions caught Astrid's attention. It wasn't slavery she saw, but a choice. The first seers had accepted their role voluntarily, understanding the importance of balance between the worlds. Her grandmother didn't carry a burden, but a purpose. The ancestral knowledge in her blood awoke fully, and Astrid finally understood what she needed to do. She lifted the necklace containing the Bifrost spark, its glow intensifying until it was almost blinding. The sacred light of the rainbow bridge was anathema to the shadows, and the creature recoiled with a cry of pain. Taking advantage of this moment, Astrid began to sing. Not an ordinary song, but an ancient chant that arose naturally from her ancestral memories. The runes on her dagger responded, glowing in sync with her singing, and she began to trace symbols in the air that materialized in pure light. The creature tried to stop her, casting shadows that were dispersed by the glow of the necklace. Yggdrasil's roots began to pulse with new energy, responding to the power of the seer's blood. The corruption began to recede, burned away by the sacred light emanating from the symbols that Astrid continued to trace. With one fluid movement, she drove the dagger into the center of the nexus of roots, completing the circle of runes. A wave of energy exploded from the point of impact, purifying the roots and dispelling the shadows. The creature let out one last scream before collapsing into black mist. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the soft pulsing of the now healed roots. Astrid felt the ancient power ebb away, leaving her exhausted but satisfied. She had fulfilled her purpose, not as a slave of the gods, but as a guardian by choice. The path back to the surface seemed shorter, as if Niflheim itself recognized her victory and helped her on her journey. Tyr was waiting for her where they had parted, a smile of approval on his divine face. The barriers between the worlds are already beginning to strengthen, he said. Not only have you prevented corruption, but you have also fully awakened the power of your bloodline. When they returned to Asgard, Astrid was greeted like a true hero. Odin and Frigg were waiting for her in Valhalla, along with Heimdall and the other gods, but her thoughts were already in her village, with the people who needed her protection. Your place is in Midgard, said Frigg gently, noticing her thoughts. But now you fully understand your role as guardian. Astrid nodded. Feeling at peace with her destiny, she returned to her village, not just as an awakened seer, but as a living bridge between the worlds, ready to maintain the balance and protect the ancient stories that she now knew were much more than just tales. The shadows had retreated, but she knew that other threats would come, and when they did, she would be ready, carrying with her the knowledge of the ancients and the strength of her own choice to be a guardian of the 9 worlds. The kingdom of Aurora has always been known for its golden mornings and endless fields of wildflowers. On the highest towers of the castle, colorful flags danced in the wind, celebrating the birth a few days ago of the long-awaited Princess Aurora, first daughter of King Stefan and Queen Beatrice. After years of waiting and praying to the heavens, the kingdom finally had its heiress. The castle's great hall had been elaborately decorated for the little princess's presentation. Silk tapestries in the colors of the kingdom, blue and gold, hung from the stone walls, while hundreds of scented candles illuminated the room with their soft light. The servants were running around, adjusting the last details of the tables, full of delicacies, and making sure everything was perfect for the arrival of the 12 fairy godmothers. Queen Beatrice, still recovering from childbirth, smoothed her golden hair in front of the mirror while watching the crystal cradle where her daughter slept serenely. King Stefan, a gentleman with a neatly trimmed beard, approached silently and placed his hands on his wife's shoulders. "She's perfect, isn't she?" whispered Beatrice, with tears of happiness in her eyes. "As perfect as her mother," replied Stefan, gently kissing the queen's forehead. The 12 fairies began to arrive one by one, each one more dazzling than the last. Their wings sparkled like diamonds under the candlelight, and their dresses seemed to be woven from the moonlight itself. The first to arrive was Primavera, with her pink hair and a dress adorned with tiny flowers. Next came Melodia, whose steps were so light that she seemed to float over the marble floor. Each fairy brought with them a special gift for the princess, stored in small crystal jars that emitted a soft, mysterious glow. The guests began to take their places at the long tables in the hall, while musicians played their harps and flutes, creating a magical and solemn atmosphere. The blessing ceremony was about to begin when an unexpected icy wind blew out all the candles in the hall. The large oak doors opened with a bang, revealing a tall, dark figure. It was Maleficent, the 13th fairy, who had not been invited to the celebration. Her green eyes glowed with a frightening intensity, and her black dress seemed to be made of her own shadows. A deathly silence overtook the hall as she advanced towards the royal cradle, her staff tapping rhythmically against the floor. What a lovely party! Her voice echoed through the hall, laden with irony. I imagine my invitation got lost somewhere along the way. King Stefan stood up, trying to keep his composure. Maleficent, we didn't think you'd. That I what? She interrupted, her cruel smile revealing perfectly white teeth. That I'd like to take part, that I might also have something to offer your precious princess. Queen Beatrice instinctively placed herself between the fairy and her daughter's cradle, but Maleficent pushed her away with a simple hand gesture. The other fairies looked at each other tense, knowing that they couldn't directly interfere in the actions of one of their sisters. Since I'm here, continued Maleficent, leaning over the cradle, I'll also give Princess Aurora my present. Her staff began to glow with a greenish, sinister light. On the day of her 15th birthday, the princess will stick her finger in a spinning wheel and die. The hall erupted in screams of horror as Maleficent laughed, her laughter echoing off the castle walls. Little Aurora began to cry, as if she understood the gravity of the curse she had just received. It was then that Luce, the youngest of the good fairies, and the only one who hadn't yet offered her gift, came forward. Her silver hair reflected the moonlight coming through the tall windows, and her expression was one of determination. I can't completely undo Maleficent's curse, she declared, her voice clear and firm, but I can change it. When Aurora sticks her finger in, instead of death, she will fall into a deep sleep, and from this sleep, she will only awaken with the kiss of true love. Maleficent watched the intervention with a mocking smile on her lips. As you wish, she said, spinning on her heels. Fate is sealed. And with that, she disappeared in a cloud of green smoke, leaving behind only the echo of her cruel laughter. King Stefan, determined to protect his daughter, immediately ordered all the spinning wheels in the kingdom to be burned. Guards were sent to every village, every house, every barn, collecting and destroying any instrument that might pose a threat to the princess. The 11 remaining fairies gathered around the cradle, each offering their unique gifts: beauty, grace, music, wisdom, kindness, and other attributes that would make Aurora an extraordinary princess. But even with all these blessings, the shadow of Maleficent's curse hung over the castle like a dark cloud on a summer's day. Queen Beatrice, still trembling, held her daughter in her arms, silently promising that she would do everything in her power to protect her. King Stefan, for his part, immediately began planning ever stricter security measures, determined to prevent the prophecy from being fulfilled. And so, as the night wore on and the guests retired in silence, the fate of little Princess Aurora began to unfold, woven by the invisible threads of magic, love, and fear in a pattern that not even the fairies could fully predict. The years following the celebration of Aurora's birth were marked by drastic changes in the kingdom. King Stefan, consumed by concern for his daughter's safety, transformed the once cheerful castle into a fortress of rules and restrictions. Guards were stationed in every corridor, and visitors were thoroughly examined before entering the royal gates. Little Aurora grew up protected by these stone walls, but her gentle and curious nature could not be contained. At the age of 5, her golden hair, like her mother's, already reached her waist, and her blue eyes shone with a vivacity that charmed everyone who met her. The blessings of the fairies were clearly evident. Her voice was as melodious as a bird's song, her movements as graceful as a gentle dance, and her kindness touched the hearts of all the servants in the castle. Queen Beatrice tried to balance her husband's excessive protection with moments of normality for her daughter. Secretly, she allowed Aurora to play in the castle gardens, where butterflies danced among the flowers and birds made their nests. It was at these times that the princess seemed truly happy, running free and imagining stories about the fairies who had blessed her. The 12 good fairies, although they couldn't stay at the castle constantly due to their other magical obligations, visited Aurora regularly. Each visit was a special occasion, full of little spells and wonderful stories that fed the young princess's imagination. Spring made flowers sprout from the most unlikely corners, while Melody taught Aurora to sing to the birds that visited her window. As Aurora grew up, her curiosity about the world beyond the castle walls increased. At the age of 8, she began to ask more frequent questions about why she couldn't go out to see the village or play with other children. King Stefan always shrugged it off, making up stories about imaginary dangers lurking beyond the gates. But father, Aurora asked one afternoon, how can I be a good princess if I don't know our people? The king, touched by his daughter's precocious wisdom, simply hugged her tightly, unable to explain his deepest fears. Queen Beatrice, watching the scene, felt her heart breaking between the desire to protect her only daughter and the need to allow her to grow up free and happy. It was at this time that the dreams began. Aurora often woke up during the night talking about a woman in green who called her to dance on a high tower. The queen recognized in these accounts the subtle influence of Maleficent, who, even without physically appearing, seemed to find ways to reach the princess through her dreams. Worried, the queen secretly summoned Luce, the youngest of the good fairies, for consultation. The fairy, now more experienced, but still retaining her characteristic gentleness, explained that the dreams were a natural manifestation of the magic surrounding Aurora. We can't stop the magic from reaching her, explained Luce, her silver dress shimmering in the moonlight. But we can teach her to be strong enough to resist any negative influence. Following Luce's advice, the queen began to tell Aurora stories about courage, wisdom, and true love. The princess absorbed every word with fascination, especially the stories about how true love could overcome any obstacle. Meanwhile, in the darkest corners of the kingdom, Maleficent watched Aurora grow up through her pet raven. The evil fairy hadn't given up on her revenge. but she waited patiently, knowing that every day that passed brought the princess closer to her sealed destiny. The years went by, and Aurora blossomed into an extraordinary young woman. At the age of 12, she already displayed a wisdom beyond her years, mixed with a captivating innocence that was the product of her sheltered upbringing. Even confined to the castle, she found ways to spread joy. She cultivated a small garden in her room, sang to cheer up the guards on their lonely shifts, and learned everything she could about governance from her tutors. King Stefan, although still vigilant, began to relax his restrictions, slightly allowing Aurora to take part in more activities within the castle. Small parties were organized occasionally, always with carefully selected guests, where the princess could dance and socialize under the watchful eye of her parents. But the older Aurora grew, the stronger the feeling in Queen Beatrice's heart became. She knew that they couldn't protect her daughter forever, and that fate would somehow find its way into her life. During the nights when everyone was asleep, the queen would climb to the highest tower in the castle and look up at the stars, praying that her daughter would not only find safety, but also the happiness she deserved. And so, as Aurora's 15th birthday drew ever closer, a quiet tension began to grow in the kingdom of Aurora. The inhabitants of the castle, from the humblest servant to the king himself, felt the weight of fate approaching like dark clouds, heralding an inevitable storm. But in the midst of all this apprehension, Aurora remained a ray of light, her laughter echoing through the castle corridors, like a reminder that even in the darkest hours, there is still hope. As Aurora approached her 14th year of life, the atmosphere in the castle became increasingly tense. King Stefan stepped up security, doubling the number of guards, and implementing new protective measures. Queen Beatrice, for her part, tried to remain calm, but her nights were filled with nightmares about spinning wheels and ancient curses. Aurora, now an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, was beginning to feel the weight of the restrictions more than ever. Her walks through the inner gardens no longer satisfied her growing curiosity, and the stories told by the servants about the world beyond the castle walls fed her dreams of freedom. One particularly hectic morning, Aurora discovered a secret passage behind an antique tapestry in her chamber. The narrow, dark corridor led to a small abandoned tower, which offered a privileged view of the kingdom. There, hidden from watchful eyes, the princess spent hours observing the life that pulsed beyond the castle walls. It was during one of these secret escapades that Aurora met Philip, a young apprentice gardener who had recently been hired to look after the royal gardens. Unlike the other servants, who always treated her with extreme formality, Philip chatted with her, naturally sharing stories about the villages and ordinary people of the kingdom. "What's it like living out there?" asked Aurora, her eyes shining with curiosity as she watched Philip work in the garden below his secret tower. "It's a simple life, but full of adventures," he replied, describing the festivals in the villages, the dances around the campfires, and the stories told by travelers in the taverns. Their friendship grew discreetly protected by the secrets of the abandoned tower. Philip would bring Aurora small gifts from the outside world, wildflowers that didn't grow in the castle gardens, stories from traveling merchants, and occasionally sweets prepared by his mother in the village. Meanwhile, Maleficent watched everything from her dark kingdom, satisfied with the way things were turning out. Her Raven Diablo brought her daily reports on the castle's activities, and the evil fairy realized that Aurora's growing restlessness could be the key to bringing her curse to fruition. The 12 good fairies also noticed the changes in Aurora. During their visits, they noticed how the young princess was becoming more pensive and distant, her eyes often lost on the horizon. Luce, in particular, sensed that something important was about to happen. We must be even more vigilant, she warned, during a secret meeting with her fairy sisters. Aurora is entering a crucial phase of her life, and Maleficent will surely try to use this to her advantage. Queen Beatrice, noticing the changes in her daughter's behavior, tried to get even closer to Aurora. She began to share stories of her own youth and the challenges of growing up as a princess. Mother, Aurora asked during one of these intimate moments, why didn't you ever tell me about the curse? The question took the queen by surprise. How? How did you know? I hear the whispers of the servants. I see the fear in Papa's eyes, Aurora replied softly. And sometimes in my dreams, I see a woman in green who tells me about an inevitable fate. Aurora's confession triggered a series of heated discussions between the king and queen. Stefan wanted to increase the restrictions even further, while Beatrice argued that it was time to tell her daughter the truth. She has a right to know, insisted the queen. How can we protect her from something she doesn't even know exists? While the adults debated their fate, Aurora continued her secret meetings with Philip. Their friendship was beginning to develop into something deeper, although neither dared to admit it. Sometimes I dream that I'm free like the birds, Aurora confided to Philip one golden afternoon, that I can fly beyond these walls and discover the world for myself. Philip, who had long since realized that his feelings for the princess went beyond simple friendship, replied carefully, perhaps one day you will be able to, but for now, let me be your eyes on the outside world. What neither of them knew was that Maleficent had bewitched Diablo into taking the form of one of the many birds that Aurora fed in her window. Through him, the evil fairy not only watched, but also began to subtly plant ideas of rebellion in the young princess's mind. As Aurora's 15th birthday approached, her dreams of the woman in green became more frequent and vivid. In each dream, Maleficent showed the princess tantalizing visions of freedom and adventure, always guiding her towards a mysterious tower where a spinning wheel awaited. The good fairies, sensing Maleficent's growing influence, redoubled their efforts to protect Aurora, each in their own way, tried to strengthen the princess's spirit against the temptations of darkness. Spring taught her about the beauty of patience through the cultivation of rare flowers, while Melody showed her how music could be a refuge in moments of solitude. But it was the budding love between Aurora and Philip that seemed to be the most effective protection against Maleficent's influence. Every smile, shared every kind word, exchanged every moment of mutual understanding, strengthened Aurora against the shadows that tried to seduce her. And so, while the entire kingdom prepared for the inevitable confrontation with fate, a love story blossomed silently in the shadows of a forgotten tower, like a stubborn rose growing between the stones of an ancient wall. The weeks leading up to Aurora's 15th birthday brought a remarkable change in the castle's atmosphere. Preparations for the big celebration were underway, but there was a palpable tension in the air. King Stefan, consumed by anxiety, could hardly sleep, spending his nights walking the castle corridors and personally checking every guard post. Aurore, for her part, found more and more comfort in her secret meetings with Philip in the abandoned tower. Their conversations were now deeper, filled with meaningful glances and eloquent silences. On one particularly memorable afternoon, Philip brought with him a small harp, a gift from his grandmother, and taught Aurora an ancient love song from the kingdom. My grandmother used to say that this melody has the power to chase away the shadows, he explained gently, guiding Aurora's fingers across the strings of the instrument. The soft sound echoed through the tower, creating a moment of peace. Amid the castle's growing restlessness, Maleficent, watching through Diablo's eyes, realized that she had to act quickly. The growing love between Aurora and Philip threatened to strengthen the princess against her influence. During the night, the evil fairy began to intensify her attacks through Aurora's dreams, mixing tempting visions of freedom with seductive whispers about a mysterious tower where all her questions would be answered. Queen Beatrice, noticing the growing weariness in her daughter's eyes, finally decided to take action. One quiet morning, she took Aurora for a private stroll in the castle's remote gardens. My dear, she began, holding her daughter's hands, it's time you knew the whole truth about your destiny. With tears in her eyes, the queen revealed the full story of Maleficent's curse and the modification made by Luce. Aurora listened in silence, several pieces of the puzzle of her life finally falling into place. So that's why I have these dreams, murmured Aurora, and why I've never been able to leave the castle. The revelation, instead of terrifying Aurora, as her parents had feared, seemed to give her new strength. Knowing her enemy made the battle more real, more tangible. That night, when she met Philip, she shared all her burdens with him. No matter what happens, Philip promised, holding her hands tightly, I'll be by your side to face it. The 12 good fairies, realizing that the crucial moment was approaching, began to take turns guarding the castle. Luce, in particular, began to carefully observe Aurora's dreams, trying to create barriers against Maleficent's influence. As the day of her birthday approached, strange events began to occur in the castle. Unexplained shadows danced across the walls, and mysterious sounds echoed through the night. The guards reported glimpses of a large black raven that seemed to be everywhere at once. Aurora, strengthened by Philip's love and the knowledge of her destiny, began to actively fight the temptations in her dreams. When the woman in green appeared, the princess faced her with the songs Philip had taught her and the lessons in courage she had learned from her fairy godmothers. However, Maleficent had one last trump card. One particularly dark night, she managed to plant a crucial doubt in Aurora's heart. What if Philip's love wasn't true enough to break the curse? The seed of uncertainty began to grow, fed by the young princess's deepest fears. Philip, noticing the change in Aurora's behavior, stepped up his efforts to show his love. He began to bring her small, meaningful gifts, a peacock feather that resembled the colors of her eyes, a bouquet of wildflowers that only grew in the distant mountains, a small notebook in which he wrote poetry dedicated to her. The fairies, watching the romance unfold, shared hopeful glances. The love between the young people seemed genuine and strong, exactly the kind of true love capable of breaking ancient curses. Meanwhile, in the confines of her dark kingdom, Maleficent was preparing her final blow. With her dark magic, she began to create a special spinning wheel imbued with an irresistible power of attraction. Even if all the spinning wheels in the kingdom had been destroyed, this one would be enough to fulfill the prophecy. The tension in the castle reached its peak when Aurora's birthday was just a week away. King Stefan, in a last, desperate effort to protect his daughter, ordered that she be transferred to an isolated tower in the castle, far from any potential danger. "It's just a precaution, my dear," he explained as Aurora gathered her belongings, "only until your birthday has passed." The princess accepted the decision with surprising calm, but her heart was heavy. The designated tower was not the one where she met Philip, and she knew she would be completely isolated. Before leaving, she managed to send a secret message to her beloved through one of the birds she used to feed. "Don't lose hope," the note read, "for my heart will remain with you no matter where I am." The move to the tower marked the beginning of the last phase of this story, where love, fate, and ancient magic would intertwine in a final dance for the future of the young princess. On the eve of Aurora's 15th birthday, the tension in the castle reached its peak. The princess watched the sunset through the window of her secluded tower, her thoughts divided between Philip and her increasingly intense dreams of Maleficent. The soft evening wind carried with it the scent of flowers from the garden, and with it a strange sense of inevitability. During the night, while everyone was asleep, a greenish glow began to emanate from a dark corner of the tower. Aurora, who was restless in her bed, sat up when she noticed the mysterious light. An inexplicable force attracted her, as if invisible strings were pulling her body towards that hypnotic luminosity. On her throne of thorns, Maleficent smiled with satisfaction. Her magic had finally found a breach in the castle's defenses. With a flick of her staff, she intensified the spell, causing a secret passage to reveal itself in the wall of the tower. Aurora, as if in a trance, followed the illuminated path. The guards who were supposed to protect her had been bewitched by Maleficent and fell into a deep sleep. The princess climbed spiral stairs that seemed to have no end, her bare feet barely touching the cold stone steps. Philip, who was secretly standing guard in the gardens near the tower, noticed the strange glow in the upper windows. His heart raced as he recognized Maleficent's dark magic, which Aurora had told him about. Without hesitation, he began to climb the tower using the ancient vines that grew on its walls. In the depths of the castle, the 12 good fairies also sensed the magical disturbance. Luce, who was closest, immediately flew towards the tower, her silver wings cutting through the darkness of the night. The other fairies scattered around the castle, trying to wake the guards and alert the kings. Aurora reached a circular chamber at the top of a tower she didn't know. In the center of the room, illuminated by that eerie greenish light, was an ancient spinning wheel. Her fingers tingled with the desire to touch the gleaming spindle, while her mind fought against the enchantment. "Come, dear," whispered Maleficent's voice, materialized from the shadows. "Don't fight your destiny. Some stories have to take their course." The princess hesitated. The lessons of courage from her fairy godmothers and Philip's love fighting against the dark magic that clouded her thoughts. "You can't force me," she said, her voice trembling slightly. Maleficent laughed a cold sound that echoed off the stone walls. I don't need to force you, my dear. The curiosity in your heart will do it for me. Don't you want to know what the spindle chimes sound like? Don't you want to find out if your gardener prince really loves you enough to break the curse? Just then, Philip reached one of the chamber's windows. His heart froze as he saw Aurora slowly approaching the spinning wheel. Aurora, he shouted, his voice cutting through the magic-laden air. The princess blinked, the sound of her beloved voice temporarily breaking the spell. But Maleficent was ready. With a gesture of her staff, she created a magical barrier that prevented Philip from entering the chamber. Watch, young fool, teased the evil fairy, as destiny is fulfilled. Luce arrived just then, her silver magic colliding with Maleficent's green barrier. The two spells intertwined in a light show as Aurora continued her slow walk towards the rock. Aurora, remember who you are, shouted Luce, maintaining her magical attack. Remember the love in your heart. The princess stopped her fingers, inches from the spindle. For a moment, images flooded her mind. Philip teaching her the song in the abandoned tower, her mother telling stories of courage, the fairies sharing their gentle magic. Maleficent, realizing that she was losing control, intensified her spell. Touch him, she commanded, her voice charged with power. Complete your destiny. At that crucial moment, Philip managed to find a gap in the magical barrier. Throwing himself through it, he ran towards Aurora. His fingers almost reached hers, but it was too late. The princess's finger touched the tip of the spindle, and a single drop of blood fell to the stone floor. Aurora staggered her eyes, meeting Philip's one last time before she fell. He caught her before she hit the ground, holding her in his arms as silent tears streamed down her face. Maleficent laughed triumphantly, her body turning into green flames that danced through the chamber. The curse is complete, she declared, disappearing in a burst of emerald light. The whole castle seemed to sigh. As Aurora closed her eyes, falling into her enchanted sleep, flowers began to sprout from the stones on the floor, covering the chamber with their wild beauty. The 12 good fairies arrived one by one, their faces marked by sadness and determination. All is not lost, said Luce, approaching Philip, who still held Aurora in his arms. If your love is true, you can break the curse. Philip gazed into the serene face of his beloved, remembering every moment they had shared in the abandoned tower, every smile, every sweet word. Leaning in gently, he pressed his lips to hers in a gentle kiss filled with all the love he held in his heart. For a moment, nothing happened. The silence in the chamber was absolute. Then slowly, a golden light began to emanate from Aurora's chest, spreading throughout her body. Her eyelids fluttered and finally opened, revealing those blue eyes that Philip loved so much. You've come, she whispered, smiling. The castle erupted in celebration. King Stephen and Queen Beatrice, who had just arrived in the chamber, rushed to embrace their daughter. The fairies danced in the air, their colorful magic creating a light show that rivaled the sunrise. And so true love proved stronger than the most powerful of curses. Aurora and Philip were married in a magnificent ceremony where the 12 good fairies served as godmothers. The kingdom of Aurora entered a new era of peace and prosperity, where the magic of true love continued to protect its inhabitants for many generations. As for Maleficent, it is said that she still wanders the shadows of the kingdom, bitter and lonely, a reminder that hatred and revenge can never triumph over the power of true love. The wind howled across the green hills of ancient Ireland, carrying with it the echo of stories yet untold. Finn McCool, the legendary warrior of the Fianna, sat at the edge of a roaring fire, his gaze lost in the dancing flames as his companions rested around him. His calloused fingers absently touched the scar that marked his face, a constant reminder of past battles and losses that weighed heavily on his heart. The Fianna camp was quiet that night, except for the occasional neighing of horses and the soft murmur of conversation around the fires. Oisin, Finn's poet son, watched his father with concern. Lately, he had noticed a change in the great warrior, an invisible weight that seemed to grow every day, a sadness that not even the greatest victories in battle could dispel. Father, Oisin spoke softly, approaching the fire, the bards have begun to sing of the cauldron of Caradwen again. His eyes glittered with a mixture of hope and caution. They say he has been seen in the northern lands. Finn looked up, a spark of interest lighting his tired eyes. The cauldron of Caradwen was an ancient legend, a magical artifact that, according to stories, possessed the power to heal any wound. But it wasn't the physical wounds that tormented Finn. It was the invisible ones, the ones that bled silently in his heart. The cauldron is just a children's story, Oisin, replied Finn, but his voice betrayed a hint of curiosity. Beside him, Bran, his faithful hound, raised his head, his intelligent eyes fixed on his master. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Diarmuid, the youngest and most impetuous of the Fianna warriors. His face was marked by fierce determination. These are not just stories, my leader. I met a traveling druid yesterday. He spoke of the cauldron with his own eyes. It is in the lands of the others, beyond the veil of mist. Diarmuid's words caused a murmur among the warriors gathered around. The fire, the others, were creatures from ancient legends, beings that inhabited a realm parallel to that of mortals. Crossing to their lands was a journey that few dared to undertake, and even fewer returned to tell the story. Gall MacMorna, Finn's former rival, who now served as his most loyal advisor, approached with heavy steps. The lands of the others are treacherous, Finn, but if there's a chance of finding the cauldron, his voice trailed off, leaving the implications hanging in the night air. Finn slowly stood up, his imposing figure casting a long shadow over the camp. Years of Fianna leadership had left their mark, not just in visible scars, but also in invisible ones. Every warrior lost in battle, every difficult decision, every necessary sacrifice, it all weighed on his soul like armor that could not be removed. There is more to the cauldron stories than simple physical healing, said a soft voice. Everyone turned to see Saile, the clan's healer, emerging from the darkness. Her silver hair shone in the firelight, and her eyes carried the wisdom of many moons. The true power of the cauldron of Caradwen lies in its ability to heal the wounds that the eyes cannot see, the pains that no medicine can reach. Seal's words touched something deep in Finn. He thought of all the nights he woke up with a start, haunted by nightmares of battles past. He thought about the faces of his lost companions that haunted him in his silent moments. He thought of the guilt and regret he carried, heavy as the ancient stones that marked the Irish hills. "We'll need a small group," Finn finally stated, his decision made. Quick, silent movement through the lands of the others. His eyes roamed the faces around him, assessing each one. "Oisin, dear Muid, you will come with me. Gaul, I need you to lead the Fianna in my absence." A respectful silence fell over the camp, broken only by the crackling of the fire. Every warrior present knew that this was not just another quest for glory or treasure. It was a journey for the very soul of their leader. Sile approached Finn, handing him a small leather bag. "Herbs for the journey," she explained. "And something else." She lowered her voice so only he could hear. "Remember, Finn McCool, that sometimes the greatest battles are fought within ourselves." As preparations for the journey began, Finn remained standing, watching the stars that dotted the night sky. Bran sat beside her, offering the silent comfort of his presence. The wind continued to blow through the hills, but now it seemed to carry a new purpose, a call that echoed in the depths of his being. The search for the cauldron of Caradwyn would be more than a simple adventure. It would be a journey into the heart of her own wounds, a chance to find healing, not just for herself, but perhaps for all Fianna who bore their own invisible scars. As dawn broke, Finn McCool, the legendary warrior, would set out not in search of glory or fame, but in search of something far more precious, the peace that had eluded him for so long. The camp gradually fell silent, but the anticipation of the journey to come hung in the air like mist over the Irish hills. Tomorrow, when the sun rose, an adventure would begin that would change not only Finn's destiny, but his understanding of what it truly means to be a warrior, not just on the battlefield, but also in the depths of the human heart. With the first ray of sunlight, Finn, Oisin, and Diarmuid departed the Fianna camp. Bran, the loyal hound, followed at his master's side, his attentive nose picking up the scents of the morning. The small group traveled light, carrying only the essentials on their mounts: provisions, weapons, and Sile's bag of herbs. The familiar landscape of the Irish lands gradually gave way to lesser-known territories. The green hills became steeper, and the fog that hung over the ground seemed denser and full of mystery. Oisin, always attentive to ancient legends, shared stories about the lands of the others as they rode. "They say time flows differently beyond the veil," he murmured, his eyes scanning the shadows between the trees. "A day in your lands can be a year in our world, or a moment can last an eternity." Diarmuid, restless in his saddle, added, "And the inhabitants? I have heard stories of creatures that change shape at will, of music that bewitches the soul until you forget who you are." Finn listened in silence, his mind wandering between the present and the memories that haunted him. Sile's words echoed in his thoughts. The greatest battles are fought within ourselves. How many internal battles had he fought over the years, hiding his pain under the mask of a fearless warrior? At noon, They stopped near a stream to rest their horses. As Diarmuid prepared a simple meal, Finn watched his reflection in the crystal clear waters. The scar on his face seemed deeper, as if the stories of his battles were etched not just into his flesh, but into his very essence. Father, called Oisin, sitting down beside him, you never told me how you got that scar. Finn touched the mark on his face, feeling the familiar relief beneath his fingers. It was during the Battle of Glenmama, he began, his voice thick with memories. It wasn't the blade that left the biggest mark, but the price of victory that day. Before he could continue, Bran stood up suddenly, his ears alert and a low growl in his throat. The mist around them began to thicken unnaturally, snaking between the trees like ghostly fingers. Get ready, ordered Finn, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword. We are approaching the Vale. The temperature dropped sharply, and the air became heavy with an ancient and mysterious energy. The horses fidgeted, their hooves tapping nervously on the ground. Among the mist, shadows began to dance, taking on vaguely human shapes before dissolving again. A distant song reached his ears, sweet and seductive, carrying promises of peace and oblivion. Oisin, being the son of a woman from the others, recognized the danger immediately. Don't listen, he warned, his voice tense. That's what they call travelers to their kingdom. Diarmuid had already drawn his sword, his eyes scanning the fog for tangible threats. How do we get across? He asked, his young voice betraying a hint of apprehension. Finn removed the bag of herbs that Sile had given him, finding among them a small bunch of dried fern. The healer knew we'd get here, he murmured, a knowing smile on his lips. Following an ancient instinct, Finn burned the fern, letting its smoke mix with the mist. Gradually, a path began to form before them, as if nature itself responded to the ancient ritual. Stay together, Finn instructed, guiding his horse along the newly revealed path. The veil tries to separate us, to confuse our senses. Remember what brought us here. As they advanced, the reality around them began to distort. Trees seemed to shift when unobserved, and shadows moved against the wind. Time lost its meaning. It could have been hours or just minutes since they entered the fog. Bran stood close to Finn, his eyes shining with unearthly wisdom. The dog seemed to be able to see through the illusions of the veil, guiding them when the path became uncertain. Suddenly, the fog dissipated, revealing a landscape that defied comprehension. The sky above them displayed impossible colors, and the trees around them had trunks that seemed to be made of living crystal. They had crossed into the lands of the others. Welcome, seekers, said a melodious voice, and everyone turned to see a figure emerging from among the crystalline trees. She was a woman of ethereal beauty, her hair like strands of silver light, and her eyes containing the depths of ancient oceans. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, not of fear, but of recognition. There was something familiar about the creature, something that touched a memory long buried in his heart. You expected us, he said. Not a question, but an observation. The woman smiled, a gesture that seemed to lighten the air around her. The cauldron calls to those who need it, Finn McCool. But the path to it is not a simple matter of distance. It is a journey through the shadows of your own heart. Her words echoed through the group, carrying a weight that went beyond their superficial meaning. They had arrived in the lands of the others, but their true journey was just beginning. The cauldron of Caradwen awaited them, but first they would have to face the ghosts that each one carried with them. The ethereal figure guided the group through the surreal landscape of the lands of the others. Each step revealed new wonders and terrors, flowers that sang silent melodies, trees whose branches moved like dancing serpents, and shadows that seemed to have a life of their own. "My name is Aithna," the woman revealed, her voice echoing like crystal clear music. "I am one of the guardians of the cauldron. We have long awaited your arrival, Finn McCool." Oisin observed Aithna with fascination, recognizing in her traits similar to those of his own mother, who also belonged to the people of the others. Diarmuid, in turn, kept his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword, his eyes watching every movement in the shadows around him. "How could you have waited for us?" questioned Finn, his deep voice cutting through the mystical air. "Even I didn't know it was coming until a few days ago." Aithna smiled, a gesture that seemed to lighten the air around her. "Time flows differently. Here, warrior, what for you was a recent decision, for us was an ancient certainty. Your wounds called to the cauldron long before you knew of its existence." They continued walking along a path that wound between living crystals, each reflecting the traveler's memories and dreams. Finn found himself confronted with images of past battles, victories, and defeats that had shaped his life. In one of the crystals, he saw the exact moment he received his scar. Not only the physical blow, but also the emotional weight of that day. "The cauldron is no ordinary object," Aithna explained, noticing Finn's gaze on the crystallized memories. "Its power lies not just in physical healing, but in the ability to confront and reconcile with the wounds we carry in our souls." Bran, who had been walking next to Finn, suddenly stopped, his ears alert. A distant sound reached them, a sad, ancient song filled with laments and promises of consolation. Diarmuid was the first to feel its effects, his eyes becoming distant, as if lost in painful memories. "Don't let the music seduce you," warned Aithna, her voice taking on an urgent tone. "They are the wailing banshees. They feed on the pain of mortals, offering oblivion as a false cure." Finn felt the power of the music pulling his own memories to the surface, the weight of every decision that had cost a warrior his life, the look of disappointment in his father's eyes when he was young, the loneliness of command. It was tempting to let go, to let the banshees take all the pain away. "Father," Oisin's voice cut through the incantation, grounding Finn in the present. "Remember what Sile said. The greatest battles are fought within ourselves." His son's words acted as a shield against the hypnotic music. Finn shook his head, clearing his thoughts, and saw that Diarmuid was still fighting the enchantment. With a quick movement, he grabbed the young warrior by the shoulder, bringing him back to reality. "The path to the cauldron is never direct," said Aithna silently, approving of Finn's strong will. "Each traveler must face his own demons before he is deemed worthy of your presence." They continued their journey, now more alert to the subtle dangers that surrounded them. The landscape began to change again, the crystals giving way to a grove of silvery trees, whose leaves whispered secrets in a long-forgotten language. Here, announced Aithna, standing before a circle of ancient stones, each of you will face a test. I cannot say what it will be, for the test manifests itself according to the wounds each bears. Finn looked at his companions. Oisin, the poet's son who always fought to prove his worth in a world of warriors. Diarmuid, the impetuous young man carrying the weight of ancient expectations. And he himself, the legendary leader of the Fianna, a prisoner of his own memories and responsibilities. We'll go in one at a time, Finn decided, his voice carrying the authority of years of leadership. I will go first. Before she could take a step toward the circle of stones, Aithna raised her hand. No, Finn McCool, this time you cannot lead. Some journeys must be taken alone, and some lessons must be learned by watching those we trust. Diarmuid stepped forward, surprising everyone. I will go first, he declared, his young voice firm despite the fear visible in his eyes. If I must prove myself as a warrior of the Fianna, let it be by facing my own demons. Finn watched with a mixture of pride and apprehension as Diarmuid walked towards the circle of stones. As soon as the young warrior crossed the threshold, a thick fog enveloped his figure, hiding him from the view of others. The silence that followed Diarmuid's entry into the circle of stones was as thick as the fog that had enveloped him. Finn and Oisin remained motionless, their eyes fixed on the spot where the young warrior had disappeared. Bran sat at his master's feet, a soft whimper escaping his throat. Suddenly, a scream rent the air. Diarmuid's voice, filled with anguish and despair. Finn's instinct urged him forward, but Aithna blocked his path with a gentle gesture. He must face this alone, she reminded him, her voice gentle but firm. Each test is a reflection of the shadows that dwell in our hearts. Within the circle of stones, Diarmuid found himself on a familiar battlefield, the same battle where his father had fallen. Years ago, the young warrior was forced to relive that traumatic moment, but this time as an observer, unable to interfere. It's just an illusion, he muttered to himself, his hands clenching the hilt of his sword until his knuckles turned white. Just an illusion. But the images were too vivid, the sounds and smells of battle as real as that fateful day. He saw his father fighting bravely. He saw the moment the enemy blade met his flesh, and he felt that crushing helplessness again. Outside, Oisin began to quietly recite an ancient poem of protection, his words mingling with the wind that blew through the silvery trees. Finn recognized the poem. It was the same one his own mother used to sing when he was a child. Inside the circle, the scene changed. Diarmuid now found himself faced with a younger version of himself, a frightened boy who had just lost his father and who vowed to become the Fianna's greatest warrior to honor his memory. You've been carrying this weight for so long, a voice echoed around him. Not his father's voice, but something older, deeper, the desire to prove himself, the fear of not being worthy of the legacy he inherited. Diarmuid felt hot tears running down his face. I couldn't save him, he admitted, words he had held on to for so long. How can I be worthy of the Fianna when I couldn't even protect my own father? True courage, replied the voice. is not in never failing, but in continuing to move forward despite failures. Your father did not die by his weakness, young warrior. He lived by his strength. Outside, Finn watched the fog pulse with a soft light. His thoughts turned to all the young warriors he had trained over the years, each carrying their own invisible scars. Within the circle, Diarmuid now found himself in an empty space except for a single figure, his father, not as the warrior fallen in battle, but as the man who smiled as he taught his young son to hold a sword for the first time. "Father," whispered Diarmuid, his voice shaking. The figure smiled, a smile full of love and pride. "You have become stronger than I ever dreamed, son, not because of your desire for revenge or the pursuit of glory, but because of the compassion you kept in your heart despite everything." The words struck Diarmuid like a ray of light through the darkness. Years of guilt and self-doubt began to dissolve, like fog in the morning sun. He finally understood that honoring his father's memory did not mean carrying the weight of his death eternally, but living fully the life he had given him. The mist began to dissipate, and Diarmuid emerged from the circle of stones. His eyes were red with tears, but his face displayed a serenity that Finn had never seen in the young warrior before. "You passed the test," Aethna said softly. He faced his deepest fears and found the truth beyond them. Finn placed a hand on Diarmuid's shoulder, a silent gesture of understanding and respect. The young warrior had changed, not visibly, but at his core, where the deepest wounds began to heal. Oisin took a step forward, his eyes fixed on the circle of stones. "Now it's my turn," he declared, his poetic voice carrying iron determination. Before he could enter the circle, Aethna raised her hand again. "Wait," she said, her eyes shining with ancient wisdom. "Each test must be faced when the heart is ready. The sun is setting in the lands of the others, and with the night come different dangers." As if to confirm his words, a distant howl echoed through the silver forest. Bran responded with a low growl, his hair standing up on the back of his neck. "We need to find shelter," Aethna continued. "The night in the lands of the others is no place for mortals to roam. The tests will continue when the sun rises again." He led the group through the woods to a clearing where ancient ruins formed a protective circle. Ancient symbols glowed faintly on the stones, and the air within the circle felt warmer, safer. While Oisin and Diarmuid prepared a small camp, Finn watched the sky changing color. The stars that began to appear had strange shapes, forming constellations that told unknown stories. "Trials aren't just about facing our fears," Aethna said, silently approaching Finn. "They're about understanding that our wounds, however deep, are also part of who we become." Finn touched the scar on his face, thinking about all the other marks, visible and invisible, he carried. For the first time, he began to wonder if the cauldron's true purpose was not to erase those scars, but to help them make peace with them. Night fell completely over the lands of the others, bringing with it sounds and shadows that defied mortal understanding. But within the circle of ancient ruins, protected by the glowing symbols, the small group found a peaceful moment to reflect on the day's lessons and prepare for the challenges Yet to come, the night in the lands of the others passed uneasily, with strange sounds echoing in the darkness beyond the protective circle of the ancient ruins. Oisin alternated between waking states and dreams populated by visions of his mother, while Diarmuid, still processing his test, remained alert with his hand on his sword. With the first rays of dawn, which painted the sky in colors impossible to describe in any mortal language, Oisin stood up. His face showed the determination of someone who had spent the night in deep contemplation. "I'm ready," he declared, looking at the silently waiting circle of stones. Aithna nodded, her eyes shining with ancient wisdom. "The son of the warrior and the woman of the others. You carry two worlds within you, Oisin. Your test will be about finding the balance between them." When Oisin crossed the threshold of the stone circle, the mist enveloped him like a cloak. Within it, he found himself in a place between worlds. On one side, the Fianna camp, full of warriors telling stories of battle. On the other, his mother's ethereal realm, where music and poetry flowed like crystal clear water. "Always divided," a voice whispered, "never quite belonging anywhere." Finn watched the circle of stones with a sinking heart, recognizing his son's struggle. How many times had he seen Oisin trying to prove his worth as a warrior, while his poet's soul yearned for expression? Within the mist, Oisin faced younger versions of himself. The boy who felt inadequate among warriors. The young man who hid his poems for fear of appearing weak. Each memory was a wound that had never completely healed. "You don't have to choose," said a voice that reminded her both of her mother and of the wind through the trees. "Your strength lies precisely in being both." The revelation hit Oisin like a gentle wave. Years of internal conflict began to dissolve as he finally understood that his duality was not a weakness, but a unique gift. When he emerged from the circle, his eyes sparkled with new understanding. Finn recognized the change in his son, a deep acceptance of who he truly was. "The last test is yours, Finn McCool," Aithna announced, her eyes fixed on the leader of the Fianna. Finn advanced towards the circle of stones, Bran at his side until the last moment. As the mist enveloped him, he found himself on a familiar battlefield. Not a specific one, but a composite of all the battles he had fought. "Leader of the Fianna," a voice boomed, "carrying the weight of 1,000 decisions, 1,000 lives, 1,000 deaths." The scenes unfolded before him. Every warrior he had lost, every difficult choice he had made, every moment when the strong leader's mask had almost cracked. His scar began to burn, not with physical pain, but with the memory of all the emotional wounds it represented. "You seek the cauldron to heal," the voice continued. "But what really needs healing?" Finn found himself confronted with his own image. Not the legendary warrior, but the man behind the legend. He saw the weight he carried, the loneliness of command, the constant fear of failing those who depended on him. "True strength," whispered the voice, now sounding like a mixture of everyone he had lost, "is not in not feeling pain, but in continuing to feel it, and still moving forward." Realization hit Finn like a ray of light through the darkness. The cauldron wasn't to erase his scars or eliminate his painful memories. It was to help him accept that these experiences had made him who he was. When the fog cleared, Finn found himself in an ancient chamber where the cauldron of Caradwen rested on a stone pedestal. It was not a grand object, as the legends described, but a simple cauldron marked by time and use. Aithne appeared at his side, along with Oisin and Diarmuid. The cauldron heals not by erasing, she explained softly, but by helping to understand. Every scar is a story, every pain a lesson, every loss a memory of love. Finn approached the cauldron, his hands touching the ancient metal. There was no explosion of light or spectacular magic, just a gentle feeling of acceptance and understanding spreading through his being. The wounds we carry, he said, his voice thick with emotion, are also our greatest strengths. The return to mortal lands was smoother than the arrival. When they emerged through the veil, they found that only one day had passed in the world of men, although their experiences seemed to have lasted an eternity. The Fianna camp welcomed them with joy and curiosity, but the three travelers carried with them a serenity that went beyond words. Scylla, watching their returns, smiled knowingly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asked, although her wise eyes already knew the answer. Finn touched his scar, now no longer a reminder of pain, but a symbol of growth. "We found something greater than healing," he replied. "We found understanding." That night, around the campfire, Oisin composed a poem about his journey, his words weaving a tapestry of experience and wisdom. Diarmuid listened with a new respect, his own understanding of life's scars reflected in the poet's words. And Finn, the legendary leader of the Fianna, watched his warriors with new eyes. Each of them bore their own scars, visible and invisible. And in each of those marks was a story of strength and survival. The cauldron of Caradwyn remained in the lands of the others, but its true power traveled with them, not in the form of magical healing, but in the deep understanding that our wounds make us who we are, and that true healing comes from acceptance and growth through pain. It was a radiant spring morning at Oak Farm, where the golden sun gently bathed the green fields, and the dew still sparkled on the leaves of the trees. In the quietest corner of the barn, next to the small geese pond, Mama Duck was carefully laying her precious eggs, her nest painstakingly made using soft straw and delicate feathers, housed 6 pearl-white eggs and a particularly large one with a slightly grayish tinge. Senora Patricia, as she was known among the farm animals, was an experienced and respected duck. Her light brown feathers were always well groomed, and her motherly manner made her a beloved figure to everyone. This would be her 3rd batch of chicks, and as always, she dedicated every moment of her days to protecting and warming her eggs, only leaving for quick meals. At the nearby pond, the barn was a busy place, full of life and stories. There was Daisy Cow, always willing to offer unsolicited advice. Theodore the horse, who loved to tell stories of his racing days. And the gossip hens, an inseparable trio who knew everything that happened on the farm. High up in the rafters, Sabina, the owl, watched everyone with her wise golden eyes, rarely interfering, but always attentive. As the days went by, Senora Patricia's anxiety grew. She talked to her eggs, hummed old lullabies, and occasionally received visits from her best friend, Gertrude the duck, who lived on the other side of the lake. "Darling," said Gertrude, in her worried way, looking at the larger grayish egg, "are you sure this is yours? It looks so different." Senora Patricia always defended all her eggs with equal fervor. "Each child is unique, Gertrude," she replied firmly, smoothing her feathers over the eggs. "The important thing is that they're all here warm and safe." The gossip hens, however, never missed an opportunity to speculate about the different egg. "I heard it might be a goose egg," whispered Celestina, "the oldest of the three, or maybe even a turkey," added Benedita, the middle one. "Imagine the shame," added Clotilde, the youngest, waving her red crest in disapproval. On a particularly hot day when the sun was already high in the sky, Senora Patricia felt the first movements under her feathers. Her heart raced with excitement as she watched tiny cracks appear in the shells. One by one, the eggs began to break apart, revealing adorable yellow ducklings, who immediately began to chirp and snuggle up to their mother. The last one to hatch was precisely the one from the largest grayish egg. The shell cracked with more difficulty, and when the chick finally emerged, a momentary silence overtook the barn. It was a considerably larger duckling than its siblings, with a grayish fluff instead of the traditional yellow longer legs, and a neck that seemed disproportionately long. "Oh dear," exclaimed Gertrude, who had arrived to meet the newborns. The gossiping hens immediately began their whispering, and even Daisy Cow, always so diplomatic, couldn't hold back a hum of surprise. Mrs. Patricia, however, showed no sign of rejection. She welcomed the different duckling, with the others covering him with the same love and care. "Come along, my little ones," she called sweetly. "Let's learn to swim." The next few days were a mixture of joy and worry. While the yellow ducklings swam with natural grace, the different duckling, although he could also swim very well, drew attention to his clumsy movements when walking. His longer legs occasionally tripped him up, and his larger size made him less agile on dry land. The other animals on the farm, especially the younger ones, began to make nasty comments. "Look at the way he walks," laughed the chicks. "He always looks like he's about to fall over," sneered the piglets. Even his own siblings, influenced by the environment, began to shy away from him during playtime. Sabina the owl, from her post in the rafters of the barn, watched everything with her keen eyes. One evening, when the different duckling was alone by the pond, she decided to come down from her perch for a chat. "You know," she began in her soft, deep voice, "sometimes being different isn't a curse, but a gift we haven't discovered yet." The duckling looked at her with his big, sad eyes. "But why did I have to be different? Why can't I be like my brothers?" The wise owl smoothed her feathers thoughtfully before replying, "Each creature has its own path to follow, little one. Time will reveal yours." With these enigmatic words, she flew off silently, leaving the duckling immersed in his thoughts. At night, while everyone was asleep, the different duckling would often sneak down to the edge of the lake to look at its reflection in the calm waters. In the moonlight, his distorted image seemed even stranger, and a deep feeling of not belonging began to grow in his heart. He loved his mother, and knew that she loved him too, but with each passing day, it became harder to bear the stares, whispers, and laughter of the other farm animals. It was on one of these lonely nights that he made a decision that would change his life forever. With a heavy heart, but determined, he decided that he needed to leave. Perhaps somewhere else he could find others like him, or at least a place where being different wouldn't be the cause of so much derision and loneliness. The next morning, before the first rays of sunlight touched the horizon, the different duckling gathered all his courage. With silent steps, he approached his sleeping mother, and holding back tears, whispered one last, "Goodbye." Mrs. Patricia stirred slightly in her sleep, but did not wake up, while her little brothers continued to nestle little yellow balls of soft feathers. The morning dew dampened his feathers as he walked away from the barn, past the great oak that gave the farm its name. The cold dawn wind made his hair stand on end, but he walked on determined. As he got further away, the familiar sounds of the farm were fading into the background. The distant crowing of the rooster, the soft mooing of the cows, and even the whispering of the gossiping hens now seemed just a distant memory. His first stop was a small stream that meandered through a field of daisies. There he met some wild ducks, who, to his surprise, didn't seem too interested in his different appearance. Around here, everyone is different in their own way, explained an elderly duck with white spots on its wings. The important thing is to know how to swim and find food. For a few days, the duckling stayed with the group of wild ducks, learning their customs and way of life. They taught him how to find the best grains and insects hidden among the aquatic plants, and how to dive deep to escape predators. For the first time since he could remember, he felt almost accepted. However, the peace was short-lived. One morning, Hunter's gunfire echoed through the air, scattering the group in all directions. In the midst of the chaos and panic, the different duckling flew as far as it could, its not yet fully developed wings struggling against the wind. When it finally landed, it was alone again in an unknown and dark swamp. The swamp was a very different place from the cozy farm he knew. The twisted trees cast strange shadows over the murky water, and mysterious sounds echoed in the darkness. It was there that he met two wild geese, eccentric creatures who amused themselves with their own incomprehensible jokes. "You're certainly the ugliest duck we've ever seen," said one of them, laughing. "But that can be an advantage around here. No one will want to hunt something so clumsy." The other goose added, "Why don't you join us? We're all a bit odd, really." Despite the rudeness of the comments, the duckling considered the offer. After all, these geese seemed to accept their difference even if it was in a peculiar way. But before he could reply, more shots cut through the air. "Run!" shouted one of the geese, but it was too late for them. The duckling dived quickly into the muddy water, its heart beating wildly as it heard the flapping of wings and the distant gunshots. When it emerged, it was alone again. The silence of the swamp now seemed even more oppressive, and a deep sadness took hold of his heart. He thought of his mother, of her warm and safe nest, and of Sabina, the owl's words. Had she made a mistake in leaving? The weeks turned into months, and the duckling continued its lonely journey. Summer began to give way to fall, and the leaves on the trees painted the world in shades of red and gold. He grew every day, his legs became stronger, and his neck longer, but his appearance continued to cause strangeness wherever he went. In a small pond surrounded by tall reeds, he met a group of frogs who were watching him curiously. "You don't look much like a duck," commented a wise old frog scratching his wrinkled chin. But you don't exactly look like a goose either. What are you anyway? I, I don't know, replied the duckling, realizing for the first time that he really didn't know his true identity. This revelation deeply disturbed him, adding another layer of confusion to his already complicated existence. A family of field mice living near the pond tried to console him. The mother mouse, in particular, showed great compassion. Darling, she said, offering him some seeds she had collected, it doesn't matter what you are. What's important is what's in your heart. Words up, but even the kindness of the little rodents couldn't completely assuage his loneliness. At night, while the mice snuggled in their warm, safe burrows, the duckling slept alone among the reeds, dreaming of a place where he would finally belong. Autumn was fast approaching, and with it came the first signs of winter. The mornings dawned with a thin layer of frost covering the vegetation, and the wind became increasingly biting. The mice bid him a sad farewell, needing to retreat to their burrows for the coming winter. You need to find shelter, warned the mother mouse on her last visit. The winter here is too harsh to stay out in the open. But the duckling, still without a place to call home, decided to continue his journey, hoping to find a more welcoming place before the bitter cold arrived. So he left the pond of frogs and mice, carrying with him the memories of their brief friendship and the words of wisdom they had shared. As he flew over fields already yellowed by autumn, his heart still carried the hope of finding his true place in the world, even though the cold and loneliness increasingly threatened to freeze that flame of hope that still burned in his chest. The biting wind whipped the duckling's feathers as it sought shelter. Winter had arrived in full force, transforming the landscape into a hostile white blanket. The lakes and streams were beginning to freeze over, making it increasingly difficult to find food and drinking water. Mother Mouse's words of warning echoed in his mind as he struggled against the icy gusts. In his search for shelter, he found a small abandoned barn near a dense forest. The place was dilapidated with loose boards and gaps through which the wind whistled, but it still offered more protection than the outside environment. There he met an elderly sparrow who had also sought shelter from the blizzard. You remind me of someone, said the sparrow, tilting his head to get a better look at the duckling. A long time ago, I saw majestic creatures like you flying over the forest lake. Oh, the duckling was intrigued by the comment, but before he could ask more, the sparrow fell asleep, curled up in his corner of the barn. The nights were especially difficult. The cold penetrated through his feathers, and hunger tortured his stomach. To survive, he had to scrape the ice off the lakes in search of some submerged vegetation or look for seeds buried in the snow. His paws, once a source of shame because they were different, now helped him to walk better on the ice. One particularly frosty afternoon, while looking for food, the duckling heard a familiar sound, the flapping of wings. Looking up into the sky, he saw a group of large birds flying in formation. There was something about them that fascinated him, the gracefulness of their movements, their long necks, their snow-white feathers. For a moment, he felt an inexplicable connection with these distant creatures. The sparrow, who occasionally accompanied him in his search for food, noticed his interest. They're swans, he explained, the noblest birds I've ever met. They migrate south during the winter, where the lakes remain unfrozen. The duckling continued to watch until the swans disappeared over the horizon, carrying a piece of his heart with them. The days dragged on, each one bringing new challenges. One morning, while trying to break through the ice to get a drink of water, his paws got stuck in the frozen surface. The more he struggled, the harder it became to break free. Panic began to take hold of him, and his cries for help echoed through the freezing air. It was a family of deer that saved him. The mother deer, with her big gentle eyes, used her hooves to carefully break the ice around the duckling's feet. "You need to be more careful, little one," she warned, as her cubs looked on curiously. "Winter can be treacherous for those who travel alone." The deer invited him to spend a few nights in a protected clearing where her family sheltered. There among the deer, the duckling found a brief moment of peace. The cubs didn't make fun of his appearance, and the mother deer always made sure he had some tender shoots to eat. "There's something noble about you," the deer said one night as they watched the stars through the treetops. "Something that goes beyond your current appearance. Have patience, little one. Spring always comes, bringing with it new beginnings." However, the tranquility was interrupted when hunters approached the clearing. The deer had to leave in a hurry, and the duckling found himself alone again. The winter seemed endless, and his strength diminished day by day. His feathers, once just different, were now always damp and heavy with frost. In his darkest moments, he wondered if he would survive to see spring. Sabina, the owl's words, seemed distant now, almost like a dream. Was it his destiny just to endure the cold and loneliness forever? One night, exhausted and almost frozen, the duckling found a small woodcutter's hut next to a frozen lake. Through the window, he could see the warm glow of a fireplace. An old woman lived there, with her cat and hen. Seeing the duckling's sorry state, she let him in. "Poor thing," she murmured, placing it near the fire. "You must be freezing." The cat and the hen watched him suspiciously, but the lady insisted that he stay at least until he recovered. The days in the hut were a mixture of comfort and discomfort. The warmth of the fireplace was welcome, but the cat constantly teased him, and the hen never missed an opportunity to comment on his strange appearance. "What kind of duck can't cluck properly?" she mocked. Even though the shelter and food were guaranteed, the duckling felt that something was missing. At night, looking out of the cabin window, he saw the frozen lake glistening in the moonlight. His heart yearned for something that even he didn't fully understand: a freedom, a purpose, an identity. It was during one of these nights of contemplation that he made his decision. Despite the kindness of the old lady, this was not his place. As soon as the first signs of spring began to appear, he would leave again. His journey was not yet over, and somewhere beyond the frozen horizon, his true destiny awaited him. The first signs of spring began to appear subtly. The ice covering the pond near the old lady's cottage was beginning to melt around the edges, and small green shoots were timidly emerging through the lingering snow. The duckling, which had grown considerably over the winter, felt an inexplicable stirring in its heart. One morning, while the lady slept and the cat hunted mice in the barn, the duckling approached the cottage window. The sun was rising differently now, more golden and welcoming, and flocks of birds were beginning to return from their long journeys south. It was then that he knew it was time to leave. He left the hut quietly, but not before placing a feather of his own next to the kind lady's armchair as a silent thank you for her kindness during the hardest months of winter. The air was still cold, but there was a promise of warmth in the wind blowing from the south. His wings, now stronger after the winter's enforced rest, carried him over fields that were beginning to turn green. During the flight, he noticed that his body had changed significantly. It was bigger, stronger, and its movements in the air were more graceful than they had ever been. On his journey, he came across a small, partially thawed lake where he decided to land to rest. As he drank the water, he noticed his reflection in the crystal clear surface, and something caught his eye. Its feathers were no longer just gray. They were beginning to show a different sheen, almost silver in some parts. "I noticed the change too," said a voice above him. It was the sparrow from the abandoned barn, coincidentally making his own way back to his summer territory. "You're no longer that frightened little duckling I met in winter. There's something majestic emerging in you." The sparrow's words echoed in his mind as he continued his journey. Everywhere he went, he noticed that the other animals looked at him differently now. There was no longer mockery in their gazes, just a kind of curious admiration. In a flowery field, he came across a group of young rabbits who, instead of running away, frightened, approached him with interest. "You look like those beautiful birds we saw flying the other day," exclaimed one of the bunnies, his eyes shining with excitement. "What birds?" asked the duckling, his heart racing inexplicably. "The big white ones with long necks," replied another bunny. "They landed on the big lake beyond those hills." That information awakened something deep inside him. He remembered the majestic birds he had seen in winter, the comments of the elderly sparrow, and the enigmatic words of the Sabine owl so many months ago. Could it be? With new determination, he decided to head in the direction indicated by the bunnies. The flight over the hills was long, but his wings seemed tireless, driven by a force that went beyond the physical. When he finally caught sight of the great lake, his heart almost stopped. There they were, the same majestic birds he had seen during the winter, swans as the sparrow had called them. They floated gracefully over the blue waters, their long necks curving in elegant arcs, their white feathers glistening in the spring sunshine. With a mixture of awe and fascination, the duckling landed in the water at a safe distance from the group. His heart was beating so loudly that he feared it could be heard all along the lake shore. Then something extraordinary happened. One of the young swans swam towards him. There was no hostility in its movements, just a gentle curiosity. When it got closer, it tilted its head slightly, as if studying you. "You must be new here," he said in a soft voice. "Welcome to our pond." The duckling was stunned. There was no mockery, no rejection, just acceptance. Confused, he looked at his reflection in the water and for the first time really saw himself. Its feathers were no longer gray. They had turned a pure, brilliant white. Its neck, once awkwardly long, was now elegant and graceful. It was no longer a different duckling. It was a young swan. The words of the Sabine owl came back to his mind with crystal clarity. Sometimes being different is not a curse, but a gift we have yet to discover. Now, he finally understood. All the trials, all the loneliness, and all the suffering had been part of his journey of transformation. Other swans approached, welcoming him as one of their own. Among them was an older couple who watched him with a special twinkle in their eyes. "We remember," said the female swan sweetly. "One of our eggs was lost during a storm last spring. It must have rolled into a duck's nest." The revelation hit him like a ray of sunshine through dark clouds. His story, his origins, everything began to make sense. He wasn't an ugly duckling. He had always been a swan just waiting for his moment to blossom. As the spring days grew longer and warmer, the young swan learned more and more about his true nature from his new family. The older swans taught him the traditions of their people, such as flying in formation, finding the best places to feed, and building safe nests. However, amidst the joy of his discovery and new life, one lingering memory accompanied him: Lady Patricia, the duck, who had hatched him and loved him unconditionally, even when everyone else rejected him. At night, as he floated under the stars with his swan brothers, he thought about her and how she must have suffered from his sudden departure. "You seem distant," observed his birth mother one morning as they swam together in the lake. "Is something troubling you?" The young swan hesitated for a moment before replying, "I'm thinking of the duck that raised me. She loved me when no one else did, and I left without saying goodbye properly." The older swan gently touched her son's neck, a gesture of understanding between their species. "True love manifests itself in many ways," she said wisely. "Perhaps it's time to make peace with your past." So, one clear morning, the young swan decided it was time to return to Oak Farm. His biological parents and swan brothers understood his need and supported him in his decision. "Sometimes," said his swan father, "we need to go back to really move forward." The flight back was different from all his previous journeys. There was no longer any fear or uncertainty in his heart, just a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. His strong wings carried him confidently through the blue sky, and he could recognize the landmarks he had passed on his escape so many months ago. When he spotted the large oak tree that gave the farm its name, his heart raced. The farm seemed smaller than he remembered, but it still retained that welcoming atmosphere that had so comforted him in his early days. From his privileged height, he could see the barn, the small pond, and even the place where his old nest used to be. As he landed gracefully on the farm pond, he caused a stir among the animals. The gossiping hens, who were still the same, immediately began their excited whispering. "A swan, a real swan on our farm," they exclaimed, without recognizing in him the duckling they had criticized so much. Daisy Cow, older and wiser, now approached the edge of the lake, watching him with her gentle eyes. There was a glint of recognition in her gaze, but she kept a discreet smile, allowing him to conduct his own return. It was then that he saw her, Mrs. Patricia, his adoptive mother, swimming calmly with a new group of ducklings. She was a little older, her feathers a little grayer, but her maternal bearing remained the same. The young swan swam towards her, its heart overflowing with emotion. Lady Patricia stopped as she saw him approaching, her eyes widening in recognition. Even transformed into a majestic swan, there was something in his eyes, in the way he moved, that a mother could never forget. "My son," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "Yes, Mamma," he replied softly. "It's me." The little ducklings watched curiously as their mother approached the great white swan, gently touching its neck with her beak in a gesture of deep affection. Words were not needed to express all the love and longing contained in that moment. The news of his return spread quickly around the farm. Sabina the owl came down from her perch to see him, her golden eyes shining with satisfaction. "I knew," she said simply, "that you would find your way during that special day." The young swan shared with Lady Patricia all his adventures, the harsh winter, the kindness of the lady of the cottage, and finally, the discovery of his true identity. She listened attentively, her motherly heart filling with pride at all the strength and courage her different son had shown. "I always knew there was something special about you," she said, "from the first moment I saw you come out of the egg. Being different was never your fault, but your greatest virtue." Before leaving, the young swan had one last conversation with Sabina the owl. "Your words have accompanied me throughout my journey," he said. The old owl tilted her head thoughtfully. "Sometimes we need to lose ourselves in order to find ourselves," she replied. "Your journey wasn't just about discovering that you were a swan, but about discovering who you really are inside." As she said goodbye, she promised Mrs. Patricia that she would come back to visit her regularly. "You will always be my mother," he said, "no matter how much time passes or how far I fly." As he took off back to his new home on the big lake, the young swan carried with him a deeper understanding of love, acceptance, and true beauty. His story was no longer about being an ugly duckling, but about the journey of self-discovery that everyone in one way or another has to undertake. And so he flew back to his family of swans, his heart light, and full knowing that he had found not only his true identity, but also the certainty that being different was never a curse. It was, in fact, the most precious gift he could have received. In the kingdom of Ravenscroft, where the towers of the royal castle pierced the sky like stone needles, the young Princess Aurora grew up amid an unsettling silence. Her golden hair and amber eyes contrasted with the solitude that surrounded her in the long corridors of the palace. During his 16 years of life, something always seemed missing, as if a piece of his history had been ripped away before he was even born. One autumn afternoon, while exploring the castle's dusty attic, Aurora discovered an antique chest hidden behind faded tapestries. His hands shook as he opened the rusty lock, revealing 12 miniature portraits. They were young faces, all with the same amber eyes that she saw every morning in her own reflection. "My dear," an elderly, familiar voice echoed through the attic. It was Helena, her old nanny, who had raised her since she was a baby. The gray-haired lady approached with heavy steps, her wrinkles deepening with an expression of concern. "I see you found what your mother tried to hide for so long." Aurora held the portraits to her chest, her questions brimming in her eyes. Helena sat on an old trunk, gesturing for the princess to do the same. "You had 12 brothers, my child, 12 brave and kind princes who filled this castle with laughter and life." The story that followed made Aurora's heart sink. Before his birth, his father, King Edmund, had made a pact with a mountain witch. The kingdom was under a terrible plague, and the desperate king promised his first son in exchange for the salvation of his people. However, when the sorceress came to collect her debt, she found not one but 12 princes. Enraged by the king's attempt to deceive her, the sorceress placed a curse on the young princes. If a princess is born in this castle, she proclaimed, her brothers will turn into ravens at the first ray of sunlight that touches her newborn skin. And so it happened. When Aurora was born, her 12 siblings were transformed into night-black ravens, flying away from the castle under their mother's desperate cries. The queen, consumed by guilt and sadness, wasted away until she died a few years later, leaving Aurora in Helena's care. There is a way to break the curse, Helena continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. But the price is high, my dear. You will need to weave 12 shirts using nettle flowers, a plant that burns to the touch, and the entire time you are weaving, you will not be able to utter a single word, not even a sigh. For 12 years, Aurora stood up, her eyes shining with determination. In his heart, a flame of hope and purpose lit up. Without hesitation, he took paper and ink from a nearby desk and wrote, "Teach me what I need to do." Helena smiled sadly, recognizing the same strength she saw in the 12 princes. Tomorrow, before dawn, we will set out for the forest. There we will find the nettles, and your work will begin. But remember, child, once you begin, you cannot turn back. Silence shall be your companion for the next 12 years. That night, while the castle slept, Aurora remained awake in her chambers, watching through the window the ravens that occasionally flew over the towers. Now, she understood why she had always been attracted to these birds, why her heart leapt when she saw a flock of them crossing the sky. Somewhere beyond the castle walls, her brothers waited for her. With the first light of dawn, Aurora found Helena in the castle gardens, dressed in simple clothes and carrying only a small bag of provisions. The princess was ready to begin her journey. Helena led her along a secret path that wound through the dense forest until they reached a clearing where nettles grew in abundance. "This will be your sanctuary," Helena said, showing a small abandoned cabin at the edge of the clearing. "Here you can work in peace, away from the prying eyes of the court." Aurora nodded, her hands already reaching for the plants that would be both her salvation and her torment. The first touch was like fire on her skin, but she didn't flinch. He thought about his brothers, about their lives interrupted by the curse, and found the strength to continue. The rising sun painted the sky pink as Aurora began her silent work. His hands, protected only by thin leather gloves, picked the nettles that burned even through the fabric. Every bite was a reminder of the sacrifice she was willing to make for her lost family. Helena watched with a heavy heart, knowing that she would leave the young princess alone with her mission. "I will return regularly to bring supplies and check on your progress," he promised. "But remember, no matter what happens, do not break your silence. The slightest word spoken will undo all the work and turn your brothers into ravens forever." With one last silent embrace, Helena departed, leaving Aurora alone with her monumental task. The princess watched her mentor disappear into the trees, and then turned back to the nettles. His fingers began to work methodically, ignoring the pain each touch caused. On the horizon, 12 ravens circled high in the sky, as if they knew their salvation was finally in motion. Aurora looked up at them, a silent promise forming in her heart. She would bring them back no matter the cost. Days turned into weeks as Aurora established her new routine in the little cabin in the woods. Her hands, once soft and delicate, were now calloused and marked by the constant stings of nettles. Silence, his eternal companion, weighed on his shoulders like an invisible cloak, but his determination remained unshakable. Helena kept her promise, visiting regularly with provisions and news from the castle. King Edmund, consumed by guilt over the past and troubled by the sudden disappearance of his only daughter, had sent search parties throughout the kingdom. Aurora watched from afar as the knights passed close to the clearing, their hearts heavy for returning to the castle empty-handed. During the nights, while working by candlelight, Aurora began to notice subtle changes in her surroundings. The crows that previously only flew overhead now landed near the cabin, their amber eyes shining with an intelligence that went beyond the ordinary. She knew in her heart that it was her brothers keeping silent vigil over their little sister. One particularly cold morning, as Aurora was gathering more nettles, a figure emerged from the forest. It was not Helena, but a young peasant woman who introduced herself as Lily. Her eyes widened as she saw Aurora's bruised hands and meticulous work with the nettles. "You must be exhausted," Lily said, her gentle voice echoing across the clearing. "Let me help you." Aurora shook her head no, but was unable to stop Lily from returning in the following days, bringing fresh bread and stories from the nearby village. The princess discovered that, even without being able to speak, there was comfort in the silent company of someone who didn't ask questions about her past. However, Lily's presence brought with it unexpected complications. Rumors began to spread throughout the village about a mysterious young woman who lived alone in the forest, working with poisonous plants at night. Suspicions of witchcraft soon arose. Helena arrived one day, panting and worried, with disturbing news. "Bishop Thomas is investigating the rumors," she whispered. "He convinced his father, the king, that evil forces may be operating in his lands." Aurora felt her heart sink, but she continued her work. The first shirt was almost complete, its gray-green fibers glowing with a strange mystical power. 11 more still needed to be done, and she couldn't afford to stop now. The days became darker as groups of witch hunters began to search the forest. Lily, worried about the safety of her new friend, began to bring increasingly alarming news about the search that was approaching the clearing. One night, as Aurora worked on her second shirt, screams and torchlight penetrated the darkness of the forest. The crows, who had been keeping a constant vigil, began to caw in warning. Aurora quickly stored her work in a secret compartment under the floor of the cabin, which Helena had helped build. Bishop Thomas, a tall, austere man, personally led the search. When they found the cabin, Aurora remained calm, even as the men searched every corner of her modest abode. The bishop watched his bruised hands and stubborn silence with growing suspicion. "Why don't you speak, child?" he asked, his cold eyes fixed on your face. "What hides in this lonely place?" Aurora kept her lips sealed, her heart beating furiously against her chest. The ravens, his brothers, circled above the cabin in protective formation, their shadows dancing in the torchlight. The bishop interpreted the presence of the birds as an ominous sign. "Look," he exclaimed to his followers. "The dark creatures protect her. She must be brought to trial." As she was escorted out of her sanctuary, Aurora cast one last glance at Helena, who watched helplessly from the edge of the clearing. In her former mistress's eyes, she saw both fear and determination. "I knew Helena would find a way to continue her work secretly." Lily, who had blended into the crowd, whispered promises of help as Aurora was led away. The princess, keeping her vow of silence, even in the face of adversity, was led through the dark forest toward the castle she once called home. The ravens followed the procession, their black wings silhouetted against the starry sky. Aurora knew she would need to find a way to continue her work, even in the castle's dungeons. Time was passing, and the lives of his brothers depended on his perseverance. As the castle doors closed behind her, Aurora thought about the incomplete shirts hidden beneath the cabin's floorboards. 11 years and 10 months remained on her mission, and she would not allow accusations of witchcraft to stop her from completing her sacred task. Her silence would be her strength, her determination, her only defense against the shadows that threatened to engulf her. Returning to Ravenscroft Castle was a surreal experience for Aurora. The same hallways that once echoed their loneliness now reverberated with whispers and accusing glances. She was taken not to her former royal chambers, but to a cell in the dungeons, where damp seeped through the stone walls and sunlight could barely penetrate through the narrow bars. King Edmund, upon recognizing his daughter among those accused of witchcraft, was devastated. He visited Aurora in her cell, his eyes begging for an explanation. "Just one word, my dear," he pleaded. "Why this silence? Why hide in the forest like a criminal?" But Aurora kept her lips sealed, every fiber of her being resisting the temptation to reveal the truth to her father. The days in the dungeon were long, but Aurora did not remain idle. Helena, using her position as the princess's former nurse, obtained permission to visit the prisoner regularly, bringing with her, hidden among clean clothes and blankets, small quantities of nettles. During the night, when the guards dozed off, Aurora continued her work meticulously. Lily also found ways to help. Getting a job as a kitchen assistant at the castle, she brought news from the outside world and, more importantly, kept Aurora informed of the movements of Bishop Thomas, who was preparing an elaborate trial for witchcraft. The ravens, his transformed brothers, never abandoned their vigil. They perched on the turrets near his window, their amber eyes shining with brotherly concern. Sometimes, when loneliness threatened to consume her, Aurora found comfort in her soft caws, which seemed to carry memories of long-forgotten laughter. The trial was set to begin with the next full moon, giving Aurora only a few weeks to strengthen her resolve. Bishop Thomas visited her cell regularly, trying to extract a confession from her. "Silence is the mark of evil," he declared, his cold eyes fixed on her. "Only those who have something to hide refuse to speak the truth before God." One day, during one of these visits, something unexpected happened. One of the ravens, the largest of them, which Aurora secretly believed to be her older brother, Alexander, flew through the cell window. The bird landed gracefully between her and the bishop, its wings outstretched in a protective stance. Bishop Thomas stepped back, making the sign of the cross. See, the dark forces openly protect her. But Aurora noticed something different in her father's eyes, who was present at that moment. There was a flash of recognition in his eyes, as if a long-buried memory was beginning to awaken. That night, while working on the third shirt, Aurora received a surprise visitor. King Edmund, alone and without guards, entered his cell. He looked as if he had aged a decade in a few days, his back bowed by the weight of ancient secrets. That raven, he began, his voice trembling. His eyes were the same eyes as Alexander's. He approached Aurora, who was continuing her work with the nettles. And your hands are like your mother's when she... His voice trailed off, the words lost in a wave of understanding. Aurora looked at her father, her hands pausing over the unfinished fabric. In his eyes, there was all the story he couldn't tell, all the love for the brothers he never knew. The king gently touched the nettles beside her, feeling her burn, and tears began to run down her wrinkled face. I remember now, he whispered. Your mother. She tried the same, but the pain, the silence, was too much for her to bear. He held Aurora's injured hands between his own. You're stronger than her, aren't you? Stronger than all of us. In that moment of understanding between father and daughter, a plan began to form. The king could not directly interfere in the trial without provoking a crisis with the church, but he could work behind the scenes to protect his daughter. He began visiting Aurora regularly, bringing with him old books that documented similar cases of curses and their breaking. Helena and Lily, noticing the change in the king's attitude, intensified their own efforts. The former mistress began secretly gathering evidence that could help defend Aurora during the trial, while Lily spread stories among the castle's servants about the silent princess' kindness and gentleness. The days leading up to the trial were filled with frenetic, silent activity. Aurora worked tirelessly on her shirts, her hands moving faster than ever, driven by the urgency of time running out. The third shirt was almost complete, but she knew she would need much more time to complete her mission. Bishop Thomas, determined to prove his theory of witchcraft, ordered that Aurora's cell be searched regularly. Helena managed to create an ingenious system of ropes and pulleys that allowed her to quickly hide her work with nettles on the dungeon ceiling, out of reach of the guards. Meanwhile, the crows continued their tireless vigil. Now bolder in their displays of protection, they created distractions when guards approached at critical moments and brought small gifts, bright wildflowers and feathers, that reminded Aurora of her brother's love. The eve of the trial arrived with a storm that shook the very foundations of the castle. Aurora remained awake, working by the light of a single lamp, while the thunder masked the sound of her needles. Through the small window of her cell, she could see her raven brothers bravely facing the storm, refusing to seek shelter, keeping their guard faithful. In her loneliness, Aurora thought of everyone who risked so much to help her. Helena, with her wisdom and dedication, Lily, with her unwavering loyalty, his father, finally awakened to the truth, and their brothers, trapped in winged forms but never absent. Tomorrow she would face her trial, and although she couldn't speak in her own defense, she knew she wasn't truly alone. The judgment hall was packed, as Aurora was led inside, her hands still scarred from her night's work with the nettles. Bishop Thomas presided from his ornate seat, while King Edmund looked on with a tense expression from his royal throne. The nobility and villagers crowded onto the wooden benches, their gazes fixed on the silent figure in the center of the hall. Dawn of Ravenscroft, Bishop Thomas began, his voice echoing off the stone walls. You are accused of practicing witchcraft, of communicating with dark creatures, and of bringing bad luck to the kingdom. How do you plead? Aurora's silence was her only response, causing murmurs among the crowd. Helena, sitting near the entrance, clutched a handkerchief between her gnarled fingers, while Lily, mingled among the servants, kept her eyes fixed on her friend. The trial continued with a procession of witnesses. Hunters talked about the mysterious cabin in the forest. Villagers described the crows that always followed her, and guards reported her strange behavior in the dungeon. However, for each accusation, unexpected defenders also emerged. The silent girl cured my daughter with herbs when no doctor could help, declared a peasant woman, advancing boldly. Others stood up to tell similar stories of kindness and healing. Through the hall's large windows, the 12 ravens watched the proceedings, their presence causing Bishop Thomas visible discomfort. Aurora remained calm, her hands occupied with a small piece of nettle that Helena had secretly managed to pass to her, continuing her work even during her own trial. The pivotal moment came when Bishop Thomas presented his most damning evidence, the partially completed shirts found in the cabin. These garments, he proclaimed, were woven from poisonous herbs in nightly rituals. It was then that King Edmund stood up, his firm voice echoing through the hall. These are common nettles, used by weavers throughout the kingdom. My own wife, he hesitated, looking at Aurora with understanding, used to weave with them. A buzz ran through the assembly. The bishop, realizing he was losing ground, changed his tactics. If she is innocent, why does she maintain her silence? Why doesn't she defend herself with her own words? At this moment, something extraordinary happened. The 12 ravens flew into the hall, forming a perfect circle around Aurora. The sunlight, passing through the stained glass windows, created a spectacle of colors and shadows that left everyone breathless. The largest of the ravens, Alexander, landed on the arm of the king's throne, his amber eyes meeting his father's. King Edmund stood up again, this time with tears in his eyes. I recognize those eyes, he declared, his voice breaking. They are the same eyes I last saw 17 years ago, when my 12 children disappeared. The hall was completely silent as the king narrated the story of the curse, the witch, and the sacrifice his wife had tried to make. And now, he concluded, my daughter continues the work her mother began, seeking to bring her brothers back. Bishop Thomas, although visibly shaken, was not willing to give in. This is just more evidence of witchcraft. She must be... But his words were interrupted by an even more surprising event. One of the crows flew to Aurora, carrying a small golden key in its beak. The princess recognized it immediately. It was the key to the chest where she had found the portraits of her brothers. Helena quickly looked for the chest, which was opened in front of the entire court. The portraits of the 12 princes were compared with the eyes of the ravens present. and the resemblance was undeniable. Even the most skeptical could not deny the truth. Before their eyes, the trial has turned into something different. No longer an accusation of witchcraft, but a revelation of an ancient curse and a princess's silent sacrifice to save her family. Bishop Thomas, although still suspicious, was forced to recognize that forces greater than his understanding were at play. Aurora was freed from the charges, but her work was far from over. The king ordered her to be resettled in his royal apartments, where she could continue her task in peace. Helena and Lily were designated as her official ladies-in-waiting, assisting her in her mission. The ravens, now recognized as the lost princes, were welcomed back to the castle. They made their nests in the towers near Aurora's chambers, maintaining their familiar vigil as she continued her silent work with the nettles. At night, as she worked on her fourth shirt, Aurora could hear the soft quacks of her brothers mixed with the nighttime sounds of the castle. Her father often joined her, sitting silently as he watched her skilled hands transform the burning nettles into magical fabric. Time continued its inexorable course, and Aurora knew she still had a long way to go. 8 shirts still needed to be woven, and the vow of silence was to be kept for more years. But now, with the support of his family and the kingdom, his resolve was stronger than ever. The years passed like threads in a tapestry, each day intertwining with the next in a silent pattern of dedication. Aurora's hands, although permanently marked by nettles, moved with increasing dexterity. 9 shirts were already complete, their green fibers glowing with an unearthly light when touched by the moonlight. Ravenscroft Castle had adapted to its silent princess and her winged guardians. Ravens were now a common sight, respected by both nobility and servants, who often left small offerings of food in windows for the transformed princes. Helena, whose hair had turned completely gray over the years, remained faithfully at Aurora's side, her wrinkled hands helping to prepare the increasingly hard-to-find nettles. Lily, who had become an indispensable confidant, had married a young knight of the castle, but continued to dedicate much of her time to her silent friend. King Edmund had aged considerably, the weight of guilt and waiting bowing his back even more. Every night he visited Aurora's chambers, sitting in her favorite chair by the fireplace, watching his daughter work while telling him stories about his children. Childhood memories he kept alive in his heart. In the 11th year of Aurora's silence, when she was just weeks away from completing her mission, a new threat appeared on the horizon. The sorceress, who had cast the original curse, returned to the kingdom, her presence heralded by an untimely winter that froze the last nettles in the fields. So, the little princess is still trying to undo my spell. Her voice echoed through the castle halls during a stormy night. Aurora, working on the last shirt, felt a shiver run down her spine as the crows cawed excitedly outside her windows. The sorceress appeared in Aurora's chambers like a materialized shadow, her eyes shining with ancient malice. "You've come so far, child," she whispered, circling the princess, who continued her work without stopping. "But look, your nettles are running out, and the winter it has brought will kill all the remaining plants before it can finish." Aurora didn't look up from her work, her hands moving even faster. 11 completed shirts were folded neatly in a nearby chest, but the 12th was still half finished. and his nettle reserves were running dangerously low. The news of the sorceress's arrival spread quickly throughout the kingdom. Peasants and nobles joined together in a desperate search for nettles, searching every valley and hill for plants that might have survived the supernatural cold. Lily led expeditions further and further afield, while Helena organized work parties to process each plant found. The crows, sensing the urgency of the moment, flew throughout the kingdom in search of the precious plants. Sometimes they returned with small bundles trapped in their claws, their feathers covered in frost, but determined to help their sister complete her mission. King Edmund, although weak and elderly, confronted the witch in his royal hall. "You've caused my family enough suffering," he declared, his voice shaking more with anger than fear. "Why did you return?" "To see the complete failure of your bloodline," she replied with a cruel smile. "To watch as the last hope dies in the eyes of your precious daughter." But the sorceress had underestimated the strength of family love and the determination of a devoted sister. In the final weeks of her 12th year, when the magical winter threatened to freeze even the castle's stones, Aurora worked tirelessly. His fingers were bleeding from the effort, but each stitch was made with absolute precision. On the final night, when the deadline was just a few hours away, Aurora was just a few points away from completing the last jersey. The sorceress appeared again, bringing with her icy winds that threatened to blow out the candles in the room. But this time, she didn't find Aurora alone. Helena and Lily were there, their silent presence offering strength. King Edmund remained at his post by the fireplace, his eyes never leaving his daughter, and the 12 ravens, his transformed brothers, formed a protective circle around him, their wings outstretched against the unearthly cold. With the last ray of sunlight of the 12th year approaching, Aurora took the last stitch on the 12th jersey. Her hands shook as she stood up, holding the 12 shirts. The sorceress watched in helpless rage as Aurora threw a shirt over each crow. At the exact moment the last ray of sunlight touched the last shirt, a golden light filled the room. The ravens, one by one, turned back into men, the 12 princes of Ravenscroft, just as they appeared in the portraits Aurora had found so many years before. "You did it, little sister," said Alexander, the eldest, his first words in 12 years directed to the sister he had never really met. Aurora, finally free from her vow of silence, let out a sob of joy as she was wrapped in the arms of her 12 brothers. The sorceress, her curse broken, vanished with a scream of fury, taking the unnatural winter with her. King Edmund, tears running freely down his wrinkled face, embraced his sons one by one, asking forgiveness for his former weakness. "There is nothing to forgive," Aurora replied, her voice hoarse from the long silence. "Our family's love has proven to be stronger than any curse." In the days that followed, the kingdom of Ravenscroft celebrated the return of its princes and the courage of its princess. Stories of their silent sacrifice and unwavering dedication spread throughout the lands, inspiring tales of brotherly love and perseverance that would be told for generations. Helena and Lily remained close friends of the royal family, their own loyalties rewarded with positions of honor at court, and the brothers, reunited after so long, promised never to separate again, ruling the kingdom side by side when their turn came. As for Aurora, her hands would always bear the scars of the nettles, but she considered them marks of honor, tangible reminders of the power of love and the strength of silence. The sweetest sound to his ears became his brother's laughter echoing through the halls of the castle, a song that was worth every moment of their long silent sacrifice.